right, what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea!
Before the
Don't
defense
get
testimony.
brazen with me.
Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are. Whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, and however good it feels, welcome. We're here. It is 11:03 on a nice, relaxing Korean Friday evening. What are we going to do here today? The trial, the Zachariah Anderson trial, starts in 1 hour, hopefully, barring anything we're not aware of. So Aussie Overlaw'd and he suggested that it would be a good idea if we were to start about an hour early, give our thoughts on the Murdaugh trial, the results of the Murdaugh trial, and do sort of play catch up on and bring everybody up to speed on what happened in the Anderson trial yesterday. And I told Aussie that would be a great idea. Guess who's not here? If you guessed Aussie Overlaw'd, Hayden, that's right. He made me start the stream an hour early, and he's not here. So I guess you just get me. You got little old me for the next hour, which is going to be kind of bad news, I guess. Because I don't know what happened yesterday afternoon in this trial. I was waiting for Aussie to come and tell me so we could deal with it. But he'll be here, I hope. I've sent him several frantic messages asking where he is. But all right, well, I guess we've got we've all probably seen the Murdaugh verdict by now, and you've got your thoughts on it. It is what it is, as the youngins used to say. But I do have thoughts, and the thoughts are pretty much in line with every other, what I consider to be rational thinking person has said. Speaking of rational people, very first super chat of the night comes from Flux. Pants are prison. They are. It's a little chilly tonight, so unfortunately, I'm imprisoned, at least for now. Who knows? I may get released on good behavior a little bit later, if you know what I mean. And let's get rid of that. And Jay No, member 3 months of the Clean and Sober crew, thank you very much for your continued support. Some housekeeping stuff. We've got the like and subscribe poll up there. Did you hit the like and subscribe button? Don't get brazen with me. Objection leading. Assumes facts not in evidence. And asked and answered. I don't even know what that means. Those are just things I threw up there, but it all boils down to yes. No Murdaugh, stupid juror, says Mimi. Yeah. And the sentencing, the spoiler alert, the sentencing that's going to start in about 30 minutes, he's going to jail for the rest of his life on the murder charges. Appeals will be rolling in, I assume. Got a message. It's not from Hayden. Yeah, so he's going to jail for the rest of his life. There's really no reason for you to leave me and go watch the sentencing, but hey, it'll be short, it'll be sweet, and then you can all come right on back if that's what you're so inclined to do. Or we just might stream it anyway. If Hayden doesn't show up before then, we'll stream like 30 minutes of it. Why not? All right. So if you're just joining us, if you're looking for the Anderson trial, it's going to start in an hour. Until then, we're going to be talking about Murdaugh. And then if Aussie Overlaw'd shows up, we'll talk about what happened yesterday afternoon. Let's do that. Super chats, as always, not required. Not required. There is no minimum. There is no maximum. There's no mandatory super chats. I try to pay attention to the chat and answer some of the questions that are there, but a super chat is you parting with your hard-earned money. So I respect that. I greatly appreciate it, and I address and respond to every single super chat that comes in. And if you're really super entertained and you haven't already done so, please hit the like button and the subscribe button. We are marching slowly but steadily towards 50,000. That's our next major goal. It's a ways away, but hopefully we'll get there soon. Currently, how many subscribers do we have? Y'all bumped me over the 35,000 mark the other day. We have 30,296 subscribers right now. Just 4 subscribers away from 35,300. Okay. I guess that takes care of pretty much all of that. And what's coming up 12 hours from now? Nope. 11 hours from now, my F It Friday, once a month, my F It Friday drunken griftathon begins. You're not going to want to miss that. That is a great stream. Huge lineup of some really amazing guests. They're going to stop on by. We're just going to talk about whatever we feel like talking about. And my entire goal is to grift as much of your money as possible on one day. And how do we do that? Through shots of whiskey and other beverages. We've got a top tier whiskey, a mid-range whiskey, and we've got some rot gut because one of our guests is becoming known for drinking some pretty heinous mixtures. Here's the guests we have lined up that will be here in 11 hours. Danny on, well, they'll just come and go as they have time. Danny on direct, that Star Wars girl, Yellow Flash, Drex, Runkle of the Bailey, Meme Copium, Nicholas Starov, Flux, Steph the Alter Nerd, Chandler Remington, Law and Lumber, Ari Jacob, Aussie Overlaw'd, No Tie Bronca. Hopefully that'll be 2 cocktails in No Tie Bronca. Potentially Criminal, Camelot 331, Legally Dirty Blonde, and Steve Gosney. If you've seen Camelot recently, either on his own chat or on Flashcast or wherever he is, or on Nick's, he's been on. He was on Nick. They did their Vegas stream thing together. He'll be here, and we will be doing shots of Fight Milk. And for the uninitiated, and I'm one of them. I've just made it. I haven't tasted it. It's for every 8-ounce glass, 2 eggs, 3 ounces of vodka, and milk. Those are $200 shots right there. Anyway, enough about that. We'll talk more about that when it's time. 10 hours from now. Just don't miss the F It Friday stream. Those things, they go forever, and we have huge guests. There's a few maybes. Megan Fox is on the maybe list. Nick Ricada is on the maybe list, depending what his schedule is, and there are others. So, all right. Let's just review what happened yesterday with the Murdaugh trial. I've got, I honest to God, don't know where to start with this. I was shocked because I assumed that they would wait until Monday, maybe, to start the deliberations. Or, got my date lines. I thought they would wait until Friday to start the deliberations, or Thursday. Dang, I hate the international date line. Because right now it's almost midnight on Thursday night, and it's people in the U.S. is Thursday morning. I got to keep that in my head. So I expected them to stop after the closing arguments and whatnot, maybe read the jury instructions, and then wait until Thursday morning to start. And then I figured it would take a couple of days at least for the verdict to come in, and fully expected it to be a hung jury or a not guilty. Most likely a hung jury. So I wrap up my stream here, go over, hang with Hayden as he does the afternoon thing for a few minutes. I go to bed and I wake up 3.5 hours later, just in time to hear the verdict. And I was stunned for the fact that it happened so quickly. It's Friday, isn't it? Fuck me. I don't even know what day it is. Oh God. So I've got excuses. One, I'm tired. Two, there was a holiday here on Wednesday, and then we got the International Dateline. So I have no idea what day of the week it is. I'm hoping it's Friday because I'm going to start drinking seriously in about 11 hours. So I got my story straight. Yeah, it's Friday. But I was shocked that it came back so quickly. I mean, shocked. I was shocked that it came back so quickly and was a guilty verdict. This is the verdict as it was read.
State of South Carolina versus.
Docket number 2022 GS 15-00592, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions in the term of 2022, July, the State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Okay. Guilty verdict, signed by the forelady, 3/2/23. Docket number 2022-GS-15-00593.
I like how how she just stands in the way of the brother. The camera is focusing on them to get their reaction, and she doesn't care.
3, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions, the July term of 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116, verdict guilty, signed by the forelady, date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022-GS15-00595, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, SC Code -16-23-0490, CDR Code 0549, verdict guilty, signed by the foreperson of the jury, date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022 GS-15-00594, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, SC Code 16-23-0490, CDR Code 0549, verdict guilty, signed by the foreperson of the jury, 3/2/23.
That right there is a devastated family. Poor freaking Buster. I mean, if dad did it, it's still a tragedy for poor little Buster. I mean, he's literally had his entire family is gone. Done. If his dad didn't do it and his family is gone and done, that's even worse. I mean, I don't know how it could be worse, but it is worse. I mean, he's got no money. He's broke. They're going to sell the house to help pay off these debts. He literally, yeah, people are saying he lost everything. He's literally lost everything. He's working at was it Buffalo Wild Wings or something like that. That's going to be him for the rest of his life. I feel sorry for that poor kid. I really, really do.
Thank you. Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is the verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hands. All right, thank you. Any individual polling requested? We do not. Madam Clerk, you'll need to individually poll the jury according to their juror numbers.
No. 193.
There you are, you smunt.
Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 254. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 326. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 530. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 544.
Yes.
Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 572. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 578. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 589. Was this your verdict? Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 630. Was this your verdict? Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 729. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 826. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 864. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Your Honor, the jury has been polled.
Wow.
Thank you. The jury has been polled and the verdict is a unanimous verdict. If you will bring the alternate juror out and have her.
Oh, the alternate juror can stay where she is.
Oh, hang on. You're going to miss the judge congratulating them on making the right decision.
Oh no, that video's locked and loaded already. That was the short version. Yeah, that's it. That one's locked and loaded. Now, see, I was just saying, I don't know if you caught what I was saying before. I mean, after I was complaining that you weren't here, I'm like, oh my God, he told me to be here early. I'm supposed to update people, and then no, Hayden was supposed to update me on what happened in the Anderson case. A little bit panicky there.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot about that.
But
I should have taken notes.
I mean, I finished my stream, popped on over to you for a bit, went to sleep, thinking that they would probably, do the jury and finish up, do the jury instructions, and they would probably start their deliberations Friday morning U.S. time, and maybe take Friday and Monday to come back with a verdict. And I literally opened my eyes just as they were reading the verdict. And it was shocking. It was shocking how fast it came back, and the verdict itself was shocking but not surprising. What about you?
No. Well, I mean, it's the same thing that I said. For me, it was I was disgusted but not surprised.
Yes, they also showed the jury on camera. I saw that when they were marching him out. They just panned past the jury. I'm like, what the fuck was that? I hope they got their ass chewed for that one. Now
I should bloody well hope so. I mean, they. Oh, hang on. Is there issues with the mic? No, yes,
there's
for some reason that is on my camera. Give me a second, guys.
Oh yeah, it is your camera. I thought you did that on purpose, so I didn't say anything.
No, that's fine. There we go. I have no idea why he's doing that. Yeah, someone should get their ass chewed out for that, because that was really bad. I mean, both Court TV and Law and Crime did it. I'm not sure if that was because it was the same feed, but it went out across both major broadcasters as well. But yeah, no, look, it's. I'm pissed the fuck off. Let's face it.
What was the problem with you? I mean, where did it go wrong with you?
The judge, honestly, I put this out on my tweet with no due respect, Your Honor, you're a piece of shit. That's my own personal opinion on it. The way that this has been handled from the get-go, the amount of bias, the amount of information that was let in that should not have. And I'm not going to lie, I still can't wrap my head around it, because there's a whole bunch of other channels that were watching it that were jumping for joy and saying that the right decisions have been made and all this sort of stuff. And I'm just like, I can't see it.
Like I said, I mean, this is one of the very few times I don't know where to start. There was so much wrong with this. I mean, going through the process with me is, I figured he didn't do it. I mean, I figured he did it. Just hearing the story, hearing the background, hearing all of this, I figured he did it. And okay, it's great. He probably did it. Let's see what the prosecution has on him. And by the time the prosecution was done with their case, not only was I convinced that they hadn't proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, they actually convinced me that he didn't do it. I mean, I did as big a 180 as you can possibly do. I went from thinking he did it, hoping they can prove it, just, then watching the evidence and going, oh, I don't think there's any possible way he could have done this. I mean, from a factual point, and then just from a father sticking a shotgun in his son's face and pulling the trigger because he owed some money. He owed some money to people.
Oh no, they convinced me that didn't happen. For me, I still believe he was involved, but no, you're absolutely right. I do not believe that they proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. To me, there are still several avenues as to how it could have actually taken place that are still legitimate. So for me, no, they haven't proven it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, for crap's sake, I mean, when the crime scene investigator woman literally said a couple of days into trial, she literally said it is a reasonable explanation there was a second shooter. That's their star witness saying it's reasonable to conclude there may have been another shooter. That is literally the definition of reasonable doubt. When the prosecution's own witness says, yeah, it's reasonable there could have been another shooter. And then Doofus McGee with a bowl haircut talking about the chickens and or midgets with shotguns, to where the butt of the shotgun would have had to have been 3 to 4 inches underground when the trigger was pulled. I mean, it was stunning. And at the beginning, I thought the judge was doing a great job. I really, really liked the judge for the first maybe 2 days. And then all the objections would come in. I'm thinking, all right, he's a pretty liberal judge. Okay, I guess that's still a good thing. He can just let everything in and let the appeals court sort it out. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. And then I realized he was only giving his rulings in favor of the prosecution.
Yeah.
And by the end, I'm like, yeah, the judge is just a piece of shit. I mean, and I question whether he should have been on this case anyway, given the fact that his son had died 2 weeks before this trial. I don't know how his son died. I didn't look. I mean, I hope to God he wasn't murdered and was just like, yeah, I'm going to sit in judgment of a murderer. I hope it was some natural thing or, some solitary accident or something. But, I don't think that a judge should be hearing cases 2 weeks after his son dies.
No, I kind of figure it like at that point, yes, you can throw yourself into your work, but you should probably be on administrative leave. Damn it, the camera's still doing that stupid thing. Yeah.
Jason J says, Jeff, to recap this trial, cops got caught being completely incompetent and got his career destroyed by defense. Oh, that sounds fun. Hayden will tell us about that in a minute, I hope.
It was fun. You're in for a good morning. Let's put it this way.
What is really sad is I suspect the murderer is still out there.
That's the scary thing. I mean, whoever did it, in my opinion, is still out there. They've effectively gotten away with it. What I'm worried about is it may have emboldened them, but they may as well be. I expect that they won't be anywhere near that county. But
if I was Buster, I'd be worried.
Yeah. All of a sudden, there might be another boating accident.
Because Buster's never going to repay what his dad owes to the people that aren't the law firm.
Hell no. No.
And if he knows anything, or if bad guys suspect he knows anything, he could very well be gone too. Bad Weather Biker, in a moment of drunken stupidity or something, says, Aussie and potentially criminal have become my 2 favorite law tubers. Nothing against you, Legal Vices, but those 2 are friggin' hilarious. Well, clearly you've demonstrated a complete and utter lack of critical thinking and ability to assess a situation properly. And you've shown everybody you're certifiably insane. So we'll give you a little pat on the head and give you your cookies and let you have your own little thoughts, but you're demonstrably and empirically wrong. I don't know which one to kick out of the top 2 YouTubers. We'll let Aussie and potentially Criminal fight it out, but one of the two has got to go because I clearly deserve to be there. I won't pass judgment on my fellow peeps. We'll let them like Logan Paul style have like a celebrity boxing match to decide who wins. And we've already got a kangaroo with gloves, so Aussie may have the advantage. That's just a bad take, Bad Weather Biker. I'm sorry. I feel bad for you. You have to go through life like that. C. John says Legal Vice is blaming everything else that he doesn't know what day it is. No, I mean, I'm laying out the facts and telling you that my poor little brain can't cope with the fact that there's a weekend, 2 days of work, another holiday, 2 more work days, international dateline, time zones. Just give me that. What's her face? Julia Roberts with numbers and letters and mathematical equations floating around. That's kind of my head 95% of the time. I'm not blaming those things. I'm saying that all of those things contribute to a little fogginess in the noggin. What are you doing off cam?
I'm just trying to get that autofocus.
And Quick says, Legal Vice says, why is juror secrecy such an issue? I mean, should they not be proud of the impact they made on their community? It's juror secrecy is an issue because you don't want people tampering with the jury. You don't want people going after them for retribution. You don't want them. They're not doing this because they want to. They don't volunteer for this. They're chosen for this, and you protect their privacy. It's not juror secrecy. It's juror privacy is an issue.
Because the judge specifically said that they're free now to talk. So basically, I'm fully expecting there to be more than one book deal or some other crap to come out of this. But he went on this big long spiel about the fact that it's up to them whether or not they speak to anybody, and that they shouldn't be harassed, and that if they are, then they're supposed to contact the court and all this sort of stuff. The likelihood of them being harassed goes up infinitely if their cameras plastered across the media.
Yeah, well, I mean, harassed, assaulted, killed, whatever, for people that may have it out for them. And that's a standard instruction and order in every criminal case, basically, especially the televised ones. Nobody can talk to you unless you want them to, and you can talk to whoever you want, but respect the privacy of the other jurors while you're doing it.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's for the jurors' protection, safety, and privacy. They can talk if they want, but you say, "Hey, this is the guy that voted guilty," or "This is the guy that let the CP off," whatever. They don't want that out there. Keely Sexton says people acting like Alex is a highly trained Navy SEAL, wielding two large weapons, and went to his mom's and interacted with humans on a normal level. See, I didn't think he could do it just because of the time frame. And
yeah,
again, it was Andrew Branca who said something that I've mentioned a few times that I just had never thought about, and I can't get past it. If he was he would have to be playing about 10D chess to pull off everything he pulled off in exactly the way it was alleged to have happened. If it could even be done. I mean, it would be like one of those, action movies, like, Fast and Furious thing where everything's got to be timed perfectly but if he was really this smart, wouldn't he just say, "Oh, I went home. I fell asleep at 8:00. I woke up at 10. I went out my family didn't answer the phone. I went out and they were all dead. I have no idea what happened." He doesn't have to make up all this shit. He doesn't have to go places. He doesn't have to time it perfectly from one place to another. He doesn't have to make fake phone calls. He doesn't have to dispose of phones. He doesn't have to go and do whatever the hell he was supposed to have done at the kennels. He doesn't have to do any of this. If he just says, "I was really tired. We were going to go to my dad's house, the hospital room the next morning. I fell asleep at 8:00. I woke up at 10, and it was weird that nobody was here. So I called. They didn't answer. I went up there and they were dead." Why wouldn't he do that? That is absolutely irrefutable. His phone doesn't move. It's there next to him.
Yeah, and if he had said nothing about the about being at the kennels with the Snapchat video or anything like that, if he'd kept his damn mouth shut, and people, this is the whole thing that Nick said as well last night. For God's sakes, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you are confronted by the authorities, keep your mouth shut. Seriously.
Yeah.
Because this could have been a completely different case. I mean, let alone the fact that it was. What am I trying to say here? I'm looking forward to the murder trial when they finally get around to it.
Well, see, that's what I think it was. I think it started with the judge for letting all of this bullshit in, all of this financial crap that they still never managed to coherently explain to me why owing a few people a few $1 million makes you panic and shoot your family in the face.
And see, here's
As
the
I
thing,
said-
okay?
Yeah.
To me, it's not so much panic because, as you said, every ounce of this thing makes him look like he had to have been a criminal mastermind and everything had to go off without a hitch. That, to me, is not panic. That is cold and calculated.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, no, I still just can't see it. I mean, look, as I said, he may well have been involved. Maybe, I mean, everything that happened makes more sense if there's two shooters. If he had been one of the shooters, fine.
Well, see, and I've said that from I've said that from day one. If when everybody was finding stuff out, the guy, the partner that came and said, "Hey, you owe me $792,000, pal. Where is it?" If he would have killed him, it would have made sense. The CFO of the firm, if she called and said, "We got to talk," and he kills her, then I would understand that.
That would have made sense. The fact that she was on the stand to make accusations against him, not so much.
And the fact that he has been able to explain himself out of these situations, these financial situations, for 10 years, many times involving way more than $700,000. Why would he think that it's all going to shit on this one random day? So the judge let all this shit in. They had to hear all this stupid financial stuff that just poisoned their brains and thought, okay, well, he's done all of this, so therefore he must kill. And all this stupid parade of weapons. He's got all these big, scary guns that they bring into court and show the big, scary guns with no fingerprints. None of them are loaded the way they said they were loaded. For fuck's sakes. That was prejudicial to just bring in this parade of weapons that literally the prosecution admitted had nothing to do with the case.
Yes.
And the fact that we're even here because Officer Dipshit lied to the grand jury twice.
That's the biggest issue that I have with this, because if that had never happened, we may never have even been here.
Well, it's the apocryphal state because the defense doesn't really get to say anything during a grand jury hearing. That's why there's this saying, the colloquial kind of apocryphal saying, whoever said, I can't remember who was supposed to have said it, but something along the lines of, a grand jury can indict a ham sandwich.
Right.
Because the prosecution can say whatever the hell they want, as you've seen. And they just flat out lied. He just flat out lied. It's utter bullshit. And so you have these jurors that people are saying, the judge is on the take, the judge is corrupt. I think he's just stupid and biased. I mean, I don't think anybody paid off the judge, that wouldn't happen. Seriously. I mean, I just think he was too permissive. The prosecution, I think, are corrupt as hell. Lying to the grand jury, sandbagging these witnesses, bringing in irrelevant shit to prejudice the jury. I think the prosecution is corrupt. And what they did was utterly reprehensible, bringing the charges and the way they handled it.
Yeah. No, no lies detected. I think that, I do think that the whole idea about this having been a political prosecution or whatnot, I do think that may be accurate too. So,
absolutely believe that.
Honestly, it's. I'm both mad and disappointed. I can't even do the dad thing where I can't just say I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed because I am mad. I am, and because it's removed a lot of people's faith in the justice system as well. Which you can say what you want. Yes, I'm from Australia. our justice systems aren't that different. They all still have the same roots in the common law legal system from Britain, and a lot of things are not that different.
Oh, I mean, it's for all intents
It's almost
and
identical. Let's
purposes,
face it.
it's the same.
Yeah.
I mean, the underlying principles is just, even in the States, I mean, we have weird states like Louisiana that they're based on a French law system, I mean, on a continental law system, is, weird stuff. But yeah, it's the same. And
it's just
I mean, the
disappointing
walkaway
that you see this.
Well, no, that's exactly it, because I've had people going, "Ooh, can't wait for a law rant. I can't wait." And at this point, I'm just like, I got nothing to rant about. This is beyond rant material. This is run up a distress signal up the flagpole kind of a thing.
This is I regret going to law school kind of shit, because people look at us as if, well, are we going to tar you with the same brush sort of thing? Because I mean, lawyers don't have a great name as it is. Let's face it, people. In the level of professions trusted, I think at the moment it's doctors, then lawyers, then car salesmen. So let's face it, it doesn't help. So
no, it doesn't. And I have to agree with Andrew Bronca, who he put out a tweet an hour ago. So the Alex Murdaugh trial ultimately proved an emotionally hysterical witch trial, one made easier by corrupt prosecution and SLED, and Alex Murdaugh's own many serious flaws as a human being, and rabidly cheered on by legions of wine moms and self-interested lawyer commentators. Now, we went over this the other day. You look at Law and Crime's headlines for their stories on this. Where they're also damn biased. They're all praising the prosecution and vilifying the defense. And I just found it disgusting. Common sense. This is the title of one of the Common Sense. Alex Murdaugh killed his wife and son to save himself, prosecutor says. Common sense that Alex Murdaugh killed his wife and son to save himself. When you could easily make that headline, prosecutor asserts in closing arguments that he killed his wife and son to save himself. Addicts lie, cheat, and steal. Alex Murdaugh's other crimes don't prove he killed his wife. That's from the defense side. I mean, but you start out with addicts lie, cheat, and steal. It's just master liar, family annihilator, Alex Murdaugh ripped apart by prosecutor. That's a fucking video title on Law and Crime, who are allegedly supposed to be lawyers.
So much for lack of bias in trial coverage.
Let's burn through these here. We got a couple more chats here to get through. Someone got to the judge. As I said, I don't think so. Flux, Hayden, tell Jeff about the defense attorney telling the judge to wrap it up. It was masterful. I heard that was in the trial. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
It sounds interesting.
Get to that.
Rick Nikeda says, I am here, Horace Lupercal. And for you, I am the end and the death. Okay. I am the angel of death. The time of purification is at hand. Let's see. Flux. Oh, we already read that one. People are happy because they emotionally don't like Alex Murdaugh. Disregarding for the law / fact. How would they feel if it was them on the stand and jury found them guilty based on circumstantial evidence? Hold that thought. Murdaugh made the mistake of talking to cops. Yep. I mean, that is true. And Bald Eagle 1787, since this trial isn't in South Carolina, we can expect the judge to prevent intentional prejudicial evidence from being admitted and the evidence that has nothing to do with the murder. Well, looks like sentencing is starting. Do we want to pop in and see what's happening in sentencing land?
Holy crap, they're already at sentencing? Yeah, go for it.
All right, let's see what's happening in sentencing land.
Bench is ready, Your Honor.
All right, from the state, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're obviously here in the sentencing for the state versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh. Your Honor, I have prepared the sentencing sheets signed up. If I can hand those up to the clerk. Your Honor, very quickly, the defendant has no prior record, and the state has no victim impact people who want to speak at this time. But I will address the court briefly. And I don't need, Your Honor, to repeat the evidence that Your Honor just heard for the past 6 weeks, but it is overwhelming. And it shows this man to be a cunning manipulator, a man who placed himself above all others, including his family. A man who violated the trust of so many, including his friends.
It's terrible. I jumped straight out of bed and on stream.
His partners, his profession, but most of all, Maggie and Paul. This is a very complicated situation, and I want to offer my condolences to the family that has suffered here. We have tried very hard to be respectful
now,
and
dumbass, because of
sensitive,
you.
regardless of what position any person took. Because this family has suffered, and they've had to suffer in the public eye. And I want to offer my condolences to this family. I want to offer it from Maggie and Mr. Randolph, too, who I had the pleasure of working with on one occasion.
I know we can't give the finger on YouTube, but I guess we can do that, can't we?
But the reality remains
finger?
that despite all this attention, this case is about Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh. And I'm so thankful that the jurors gave them a voice. You heard about Paul. Obviously, there was the boat case, but you also heard him described as a fun-loving young man, a person who loved life, a person who would do anything for his friends, for anyone. And he's cut down as he was just starting to live his life. You heard about Maggie. You heard how sweet she was. You heard that she was a girl's girl who adapted to the outdoorsman life of her sons, how much she loved her sister and her brother-in-law and their children. And she was cut down in the prime of her life. Both of them, like everyone else, was unaware of who he really was. No one who thought they knew this man, no one who thought they were close to this man knew who he really was. And Your Honor, that's chilling. And I've looked in his eyes, and he liked to stare me down as he would walk by me during this trial. And I could see the real Alex Murdaugh when he looked at me. The depravity, the callousness, the selfishness of these crimes are stunning. The lack of remorse and the effortless way in which he lies, including here sitting right over there in this witness stand. Your Honor, a man like that, a man like this man, should never be allowed to be among free, law-abiding citizens again. And I would submit to you that the only just sentence here to give justice for Maggie and Paul is the maximum, and that would be 2 consecutive life sentences. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You're a dumbass, but okay.
You indicate that no victim would like to speak at this time. Would any victim like to speak at any time during these proceedings?
Your Honor, one of the things we did early on, obviously, as I just said, it's a very complicated situation, but we made the decision early on. We've had our victim advocate here who's been doing a wonderful job, regardless of the viewpoints of any individual family member, to provide aid and service to them. And we made that decision. I'm informed by our victim advocate that
Did he
none
just
of
say
them
that
wish to
Buster been
speak.
rebuffing you?
The defense can certainly address
What was
that.
that?
That's what I'm informed, but they certainly
I didn't hear you.
were offered the opportunity as is required. And I want to commend our victim advocate on the excellent job she did.
I think it's very important. It's an important point to make. None of the family members, none of them want to get up there and testify
none of us
against him.
are not mindful of the fact of the suffering of this family.
I know Sled Chief Mark Keel is here. Would you like to address the court on any matters, Chief?
Don't you dare.
Just to say, again, very proud of our agents, the work they're doing. I'm proud of the partnership.
Why are you talking,
we've
dude?
had with the Attorney General's office, as we've had for many years. And again, we're here to see justice is served, and we believe that.
Thank you. For the defense.
Your Honor, Mr. Griffin and I would have no comment. The defendant would like to address the court, though.
Wow. All right. He has zero
Morning, Your Honor.
to lose right now.
I'm innocent. I would never hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never hurt my son, Paw.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Poof. There you go.
Anything further?
I don't think further comment is necessary, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Murdoch, you'll come before the court for sentencing. This has been perhaps one of the most troubling cases, not just for me as a judge,
Of course he's giving them the max.
for the state, for the defense team, but for all of the citizens in this community, all the citizens in this state, and as we've seen based on the media coverage there throughout the nation,
Buster doesn't want to say
you
anything.
have a wife who's been killed, murdered, a son savagely murdered, a lawyer, a person from a respected family who has controlled justice in this community for over a century, a person whose grandfather's portrait hang at the back of the courthouse that I had to have ordered removed in order to ensure that a fair trial was had by both the state and the defense. And I've sat through the trial. Not only have I sat through the trial, but also as the presiding judge of the state grand jury, sat through and participated in the issuance of search warrants of various sorts, bond hearings, and have had to consider many things. And we have this case, and I'm also assigned to preside over 99 others, at least 99 other cases. Though testimony has come up regarding many of those other cases, I will not make any comment with regard to any other pending matter, as I have been assigned those cases as well.
Oh, come on. Get a different judge for the other stuff.
Oh, how are
It's
they
also
not
particularly troubling, Mr. Murdoch, because as a member of the legal community and a well-known member of the legal community, you've practiced law before me, and we've seen each other at various occasions throughout the years. And it was especially heartbreaking for me to see you go in the media from being a grieving father who lost a wife and a son to being the person indicted and convicted of killing them.
He's sitting there admitting to his own personal bias during the trial.
Mm-hmm.
And you've engaged in such duplicitous conduct here in the courtroom, here on the witness stand, and as established by the testimony throughout the time leading from the time of the indictment and prior to the indictment throughout the trial to this moment in time. Certainly, you have no obligation to say anything other than saying not guilty. And obviously his appeals are probably expected or absolutely expected. I would not expect a confession of any kind.
No shit, Sherlock.
In fact, as I've presided over murder cases over the past 22 years, I have
He just
yet
wants to lecture at this point.
find a defendant who could go there, who could go back to that moment in time when they decided to pull the trigger or to otherwise murder someone. I have not been able to get anyone, any defendant, even those who have confessed to being guilty, to go back and explain to me what happened at that moment in time when they opted to pull the trigger, when they opted to commit the most heinous crime
Maybe he didn't do it yet.
known to man. In this case,
Hate this judge. Really.
qualifies under our death penalty
As far as
statute
judge's comments, this is entirely inappropriate, in my opinion.
based on the
I mean, in the US,
statutory
do they usually allow
aggravating
these sorts of personal
circumstances
commentary,
of
like by the judge?
Yeah.
two or more people being murdered by the defendant by one act or pursuant to one scheme or course of conduct. I don't question at all the decision of the state not to pursue the death penalty. But as I sit here in this courtroom,
Was he
and
going to
look
say he wished
around
they would
the
have done the death penalty? Is he gonna
many
say that?
portraits of judges and other court officials, and reflect on the fact that over the past century, your family, including you, have been prosecuting people here in this courtroom, and many have received the death penalty, probably for lesser conduct.
Oh my God. He's strongly implying that he would have given him the death penalty.
Remind me of the expression you gave on the witness stand. Was it tangled?
Tangled web, we weave.
Oh, what tangled web we weave.
Are
What did you
you
mean by that?
shitting me?
Meant when I lied, I continue to lie.
And the question is, when will it end? When will it end?
Judge, shut up. You're way inappropriate now.
And
Seriously.
It's ended already for the jury because they've concluded
Usually
that you
the judge,
continue
the
to
jury
lie and
found you
lie
guilty. You're a despicable human
throughout
being.
your testimony.
You deserve the maximum penalty. Here it is. That's what it usually is.
And
Yeah.
perhaps with all the throng of people here, they, for the most part, all believe, or 80, 90%, 99% believe that you continue to lie now when you.
Did you fucking poll people in the courtroom?
denial.
Miserable human being. Where'd
to the
that
court.
statistic come from?
Perhaps you believe that it does not matter, that there's nothing
Let's be clear,
that can
people. Even if you
mitigate
think that he did it, even if
a
you think that the
sentence
verdict was correct,
given
what the judge is doing
crime-
now is ridiculously
crimes that
inappropriate.
were committed. You know, a notice of alibi was filed in this case by counsel in November, and we conducted a hearing, pretrial hearing, in which you claimed to have been someplace else at the time the crime was committed. Then, after all of the witnesses placed you at the scene of the crime,
No, it
at
didn't.
the last minute,
No, it didn't. Not at the last minute.
or last minutes or days, you switch courses and admitted to being there.
Not at the
And
time
then
the
that
murders happened.
necessitated more lies and continued to lie. And And I said, where will it end? It's already ended for many who have heard you and concluded that it'll never end. But within your own soul, you have to deal with that. And I know you have to see Paul and Maggie during the night times when you're attempting to go to sleep. I'm sure they come and visit you.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Sure.
All day and every night.
Yeah, I'm sure. And they will continue to do so.
Oh my God.
And reflect on the last time they looked you in the eyes. As you looked the jury in the eyes.
Shut your mouth.
Oh, good.
I
thought
know,
Court TV was doing, Law and Crime was doing us a favor.
Person who's always been such a gregarious, friendly person, and cause her life to be tangled in such a weave web, such a situation.
No,
that
ex-convict, this is not normal.
Spun into, and it's so unfortunate. Because you had such a lovely family.
Dude, just get to the damn sentence.
Of such friendly people, and including you. And to go from that to this. You know, your license to practice law has been stripped away from you. You turned from lawyer to witness. And now have an opportunity to make your final appeal as an ex-lawyer. And it's almost, it's really surprising.
He's not just rubbing salt in the wound, he's throwing
You're
kerosene
waiving
on
this
it.
right at this time. And if you opt to do so, it's on you. You're not compelled to say anything. But you have the opportunity to do so.
Judge, I tell you again, I respect this court, but I'm innocent. I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my son, Paul.
Well, and it might not have been you. It might have been the monster you become when you take 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 opioid pills. Maybe you become another person.
Scared me. I thought he was going to say it may have been someone else.
I've seen
That's
that.
what it sounded like.
He said it may not have been you. It may have been the monster
the person who committed the crime, though it's the same individual.
Jesus.
We'll leave that at that.
Thanks for that.
Before announcing sentence on these cases, with regard to all of the other pending cases, are any of them here in Colleton, or I'm sure some of them are?
What does this have to do with it?
Half of them, or?
I don't have that in front of me, but there are a substantial number of charges here. There's some in Hampton, Orangeburg, Beaufort, Allendale.
The Anderson case is just getting ready to start.
I'm not thinking of right now.
We'll stick with this until
we might have worn out our welcome
the,
here in Colleton.
The sentencing, then we'll pop back into the Anderson trial.
They have been, and I'll take this opportunity to thank Sheriff Hill and all of the court officials and really everyone I've met and dealt with while here.
Albert, from the sounds of it, they are his cases, and that's what I'm terrified about.
Yeah, they are. The judge is overseeing those cases too.
But without any delay,
he was overseeing the grand jury, this trial, and the civil trials.
I know Mr. Harpootlian's
How is that allowed?
Scheduling is complicated.
Surely the grand jury at least should be independent.
Be able to be here defending Mr. Murdaugh, as well as the Attorney General's office, with all the other many things and obligations you have. And to be able to have the Attorney General here, Alan Wilson, for the period of time that he's devoted to being here along with
This has
everyone else.
nothing to do with his sentencing.
been,
Whether the cops are there, the AG
quite a
is there.
sacrifice.
This has nothing to do with his sentencing.
But there are other victims whose cases deserve to be heard. And this case has jumped some of those other cases.
How are you talking
Perhaps
about other cases?
Jumped it because of this case resulting in an assault on the integrity of the judicial system in our state, law enforcement in our state. Even during this
Never
trial,
seen anything like this in my life.
law enforcement have been maligned for the past 5 or 6 weeks by one who had access to the wheels of justice, to be able to deflect the investigation. And as the evidence is pointed out in this case, the looming storm that Mr. Waters talked about, I can just imagine on that day, June 7th, when a lawyer is confronted and confesses to having stolen over $500,000 from a client. And he has a tiger like Mark Tinsley on his tail, pursuing discovery in the case involving the death of Mallory Beach. And having a father, for the most part, on his deathbed. I could imagine, I really can't imagine, but I know it had to have been quite a bit going through your mind on that day. But amazingly, to have you come and testify that it was just another ordinary day, that my wife and son and I were out just enjoying life. Not credible, not believable. You can convince yourself about it, but obviously you have the inability to convince anyone else about that. So if you made any such arguments as a lawyer, you would lose every case like that. Cases you will never have an opportunity to argue anymore, except perhaps your own as you sit in the Department of Corrections. Anything further?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, I sentence you to the State Department of Corrections on each of the murder indictments in the murder of your wife, Maggie Murdaugh. I sentence you for the term of the rest of your natural life for the murder of Paul Murdaugh, whom you probably love so much. I sentence you to prison for murdering him for the rest of your natural life. Those sentences will run consecutive.
So after he dies, he has to serve another life
Under the
sentence.
statute involving possession of a weapon during a violent crime, there is no sentence where a life sentence is imposed on other indictments. That is the sentence of the court, and you are remanded to the State Department of Corrections. And officers may carry forth on the imposition.
Are you going to show the jury again, camera? Huh? Oh, my God. They are. Okay, the jury's not there. That's right. Never mind. the jury's
Yes, sir.
They do approach.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's screw that. That is messed up. That I have honest to Christ never seen anything like that in my life.
Nope.
I mean, ordinarily, the judge can say, you're a despicable human being. You did this. The evidence, shows this. The jury found this. And say a few things castigating the person, but never just droning on and on and on like this. Bringing in other trials, congratulating the officers, talking about the AG and his sacrifices he made. And the fact that not a single member of his family or extended family wanted to stand up and give a victim impact statement should tell you something right there. Not one person, not one of his law partners, not one of his family members, nobody that was affected by anything he allegedly did or has confessed to doing wanted to stand up there and say why he should get a really harsh punishment. We've got an absolute fuck ton of chats to get through here. Let me burn through these. We'll bring this up so we can make sure we don't miss a minute of the exciting other trial. While I'm bringing this, say anything you want to say. I'm just fucking pissed, and I don't really have anything to add to that. That was just disgusting.
We're within 2 hours, and I don't want to get the channel yeeted, so I will just say this. As I said previously, that was entirely inappropriate.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm honestly gobsmacked. And, I can see that there's people in the chat going on about how it was the appropriate sentence and how, all the lawyers on YouTube were fooled and all this sort of shit. And I'm just like, you know what? That's fine. That's your opinion. I still think he probably was involved. The court did not, the prosecution did not prove their case. That's the long
show
and the
me
short of it.
one piece of direct evidence that he put a shotgun in his son's face and pulled the trigger, that he shot his wife in the back of the head. One single piece of direct inculpatory evidence. Flux says, oh, we already read that one. Frost
For the third
sleep. Would the jury have the same verdict if the death penalty were on the table? Weirdly, I think they probably would have come back faster if they could give him the death penalty.
Yeah.
Weirdly, just in retrospect. Quicks, what changes would you add? Oh God, this is a long question. What changes would you advocate for change? In a nutshell, the rebirth of innocent until proven guilty. That's dead. It's fucked. That does not exist anymore in the United States. You saw it start to happen way back when, the 60s, and it's progressively gotten worse. He was charged with something. The cops wouldn't charge him if he hadn't done something. So therefore, he must be guilty because he was arrested. It went through a grand jury, and we're at trial. So clearly, he's guilty. That's where we fucking start. We start with requiring a defendant to prove his innocence.
Mm-hmm.
That's what somehow that. This is, you could be driving down the street right now and get a phone call that your family is dead. And if you had seen them in the last hour, you could be in Alex Murdaugh's position. Man, that pisses me off. Bald Eagle, South Carolina keeps the good old boy system of justice going since the 17th century. A Stalin kangaroo court was more fair. Can't argue with that. Plato believed politics was the most noble profession. Cicero believed the law was. Some say journalism. The more noble the profession, ... Anna S., it's not about if he did it. Did the state prove beyond reasonable doubt? No, they did not. Full stop. Absolutely correct.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a shit if he did it or not. It doesn't affect me or my family. But I don't think he did because of what the prosecution said. But even if he did do it, I was not convinced in any remote fashion. Why doesn't Buster get to say anything? Like I said, he did get to, he had the opportunity. The prosecution asked him, the judge asked if anybody had anything to say, and he chose not to. Which I think says a lot. Pam Ronning, thank you for covering this. Audit SLED. I'm not for defunding the police, but how about defunding SLED? They're clearly incompetent. Xcomer Triple Z, does this make you reconsider your stance on the death penalty? It does not help. It does not help my support for the death penalty.
Yeah, look, there is that. Look, thankfully the appeals process is there for a reason, and that sort of thing. I would hope that once it's in front of another judge that he's not going to get quite as sandbagged. But yeah, look, it's not helping.
Yeah. Flux, I keep clicking on you because it gets right there on top. Yeah. When Buster is found dead, will they reconsider? Well, if that happens, I hope the judge can live with it. Would an appeal have a different result? There's a lot of grounds for appeal, and I don't. You'd have to see which things are being appealed, and but I don't think it's an impossibility. But as the saying goes, appeals are for losers.
Yeah.
So it's an uphill battle.
I fully expect that an associate's already trolling through that entire transcript, marking every single appealable issue. 27 attempts to serve David Miscavige. The judge ruled it served, though it technically wasn't. Is that normal? Well, if someone is clearly avoiding service, you can do it through public notice. You can do it through other situations. I'm like here in Korea, if someone wants to serve you and they know you're doing it, they can send it to you by email, and then it's considered served after 7 days. So I mean, things like that. The fact that someone put their foot down and decided that they're going to declare David Miscavige served, I think that's a great thing. What's that? But we have substituted service for a reason. So
yeah. And Squizgar says, I don't question the prosecution not asking for the death penalty, but I question prosecution not asking for the death penalty. Yeah, that was weird. If they would have gone, I would have given it to you. Now, JD said within minutes of their death. We were talking about when I said they weren't there. They didn't prove that he was there within minutes of their death. No, there was no proof of that. When was the time of death? They're putting time of death based on when the last time the cell phones did anything meaningful. And some quack putting their hand in the armpit to determine the body temperature. Death could have happened anytime between the time that he was there on the video and an hour later, by the time before he got back. It could have happened 30 seconds before his truck drove back up. He could have done it and left, or it could have happened an hour later. There is no proof of time of death. The judge was completely wrong with that. There is no proof of the time of death. That's why I was saying that I agree with Bronco when he said, if I just went to sleep at 8 and then I woke up at 10, my family's dead. Oh my God, I don't know what happened. That would have been a much smarter thing to do if he did it. But yeah, there was no proof of the time of death. So you can't say he was there within minutes. He could have been there within seconds. He could have left after he murdered them, but he also could have been there an hour before it happened. Flux, turn this off. This is disgusting. Yeah. Hunch the dirty roofer. They know they are railroading him, and now the judge is looking for his own absolution by getting Alex to make a statement of guilt. Beta. And that's exactly what he was trying to do. He was waiting for that. I did it. The Perry Mason confession. Squizgar again. Can they use these statements to support an appeal? I don't think they can use the judge's post-conviction appeal because the conviction is done. The court proceedings are over, and he's just ranting at this point. I don't think they can.
Over here, the comments would be incorporated into the judge's final judgment that's posted on our Aussie and that sort of thing. Is it presumably that form's still part of the record?
It's still part of the record, yeah.
Yeah.
God damn it! I'm not going to bring that up anymore, Flux. Unhung hero, keep showing the biased judge. Appeal incoming. This sounds personal coming from the judge. Oh, that sounded very personal.
Yeah.
Is this an 8th Amendment violation? Probably not. Oh, God, we're just finishing up the courts. Pam Roning, he just wants the wide world television coverage. Yeah, judge fame. Nicholas Starr of Union Rep Labor Law. The judge's ruling suddenly makes sense. This trial was predetermined to end in a guilty verdict. Flux says judge was going to say it wasn't him, but saved himself. Yeah, that looked like that was going sideways real quick.
Yeah.
He pulled himself out. Freudian slip from the judge, but he saved it. It kind of sounded like it. It sure was weird to pause that long after saying that. It kind of sounded like it. What do you think, Oz?
I thought very much so that he was going, it may not have been you, but I was fully expecting him to go, but you may have been involved, and I was going to lose my shit.
That's
where I thought he was going to go.
Yeah, I temporarily lost my shit until he pulled it back. Oh, God. I won't talk about your other cases. Let me talk about your other cases, says Legendary Racing. And let's talk about prepping. Hey, Prep, what's up? Jump to the other cases. Interrupted our judicial system. Yeah. And impugning Alex for exercising his right to a speedy trial. Spot on. Now let's bring this up and clear the last ones that have come in while I was. Oh dear. We've had a Brandon Lesko sighting. Family frowning, judge and cop smiling. What the? Yeah, that was weird that the judge was actually smiling.
Yeah.
I was going to comment on that a few times. Brandon Lesko, let's get a toast for my father-in-law, Vietnam boat gunner, father of 3 girls. I can vouch for one of them. Grandfather always looking to help whoever he could with whatever they needed. All-around family man who will be dearly missed. Cheers.
Would you tell everybody we are...
I'm drinking wine for obvious reasons. Cheers. Cheers to you, Brandon, too. And cheers to your father-in-law, a great man who served his country.
I'm just doing a small one, Brandon, because it's like 2 in the morning.
And Brandon Collective, you'd mentioned yesterday, if I recall correctly, I mean, I'm not saying do this, I'm just saying you mentioned yesterday that you'd preloaded 4 of the fight milks. There's only 2 that came through. I'm not saying do the other 2, but I'm saying just if you said 4 and thought there was 4, there was only 2 that went through. So check your finances. Something went wrong somewhere. So two are front loaded, and there's a total of 7 fight milks on the table now because I just made it before the stream.
That's right. He corrected himself. It's only 2.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That quote was unrelated to Murdoch trial. Wait. Ari Jacob will be here tomorrow as well. That quote was unrelated to Murdoch trial, but it definitely makes you think. And Best Logic, my name is Brandon. How many fight milks are we up to? Murdoch would blow through 5 in 14 minutes. Did they sentence him? Yes, they just did. And as I just said, 2 fight milks under the name of the Brandon Collective are waiting. 5 more up for sale at $200 a pop. He's guilty. It would be the worst. He's guilty. It would be the worst coincidence that the killers set him up using a 300 blackout and shotgun to make it look like it was him. I got nothing more to say about it. Oh, Ari, this was it. Okay, I'm going backwards, as you can tell, Ari. I thought you were talking about another comment we just read. Good quote from my attorney. Something is wrong with the legal system that makes it easy. Yeah, I saw this on your Twitter. That makes it easier for the state to take you to trial for murder than for you to take the media to trial for lying. Facts. And Mangs with the $5. Thank you so much, Mangs. Deeply appreciated. We'll do a proper chat here for you, Brandon, in a bit. This was purely about revenge because he was a lawyer.
That's what it felt like coming out from those personal comments from the judge.
I would like to see what the record with Murdoch and this judge is. Patty B Photography, what the fuck happened with this trial? Don't know. I wish I had an answer. I honestly don't. And I'm so glad that Judge Schroeder is allowing us time to go through all these super chats. What a mensch.
Well, I mean, after how long he spoke for yesterday afternoon, he's probably resting his voice for a minute just to get ready for the day.
And Drow on, a member for 6 months, giving us a clap. Thank you so much for that. Let's see. I think
A clap or B clap?
A clapping hands. Ecopus member for 1 month of the Clean and Sober Crew says he could confess right now, and the state still doesn't have enough evidence to corroborate the confession. You know what? You're not wrong. Marms member for 1 month, waiting for Waters to ask, did the defense attorneys truly know Alex? It's funny, but sad, because it could happen. CK's member for 1 month, Clean and Sober. Loving the lineup. So glad Steph introduced me to you. You have some great friends. I do. And Steph the Ultra Nerd is one of the good guys. And Jano, member for 3 months, Clean and Sober. Congrats. All right. I think we are all caught up on comments. Oh, and Mangs gave another $10 right now. Let me scroll up there and release that one into the wild. Boom. There you go. Whew.
Okay.
Caught up
Firstly,
just
Tom
in
Gillis.
time.
No. As soon as I've given my hand over, I'm going back to bed for a couple of hours. So yesterday was interesting.
Yes.
We got to see an evisceration on the stand.
Five more up for sale, Brandon. Just saying. Five more fight milks.
Paula?
All right, go ahead. So who got eviscerated?
So the detective remained on the stand for quite some time.
The weird twitchy guy?
We went back and forth. Sorry, there's an argument whether or not he's the lead detective or he was just the first responding detective.
Okay, now we're up to 3. Don't know if I can watch much, so make me proud. Is Camelot doing 7? Okay, I don't know if Camelot's going to do any, but I'm going to do all of them. Sorry to cut you off there again. Sorry.
No, it's fine because honestly, I don't remember a whole lot aside from Schroeder monologuing for about 45 minutes.
What about telling the judge to wrap it up?
That was funny. So right towards the end, he says, "Oh, I'm going to wrap it up in about 5 minutes." But that was after the defense attorney puts her hands up and says, "Judge, if you're going to keep going, I need to have a toilet break." Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I wasn't 100% sure where he was going for the entire thing, but there was like I went back and rewatched it, and I was thinking about it all day yesterday while I was at work, and I went through and everything that he said had a calculated reason for why he said it, and it all pulled together right at the last minute as to what he was saying, and it was hilarious. But it was still, it took him 45 minutes to get there. Was it pertinent? Did it prove murder? No, he was commenting on the hearsay rule.
The judge. Oh, okay. They're talking about the witness.
Yes. Oh yeah, no. Talk about Schroeder.
Okay.
And in the end, she put her hand up and said, "Judge, if you're going to keep going for more than say 20 minutes, I'm going to need a toilet break." And he goes, "Tell you what, I'll compromise. I'll finish up in about 5 minutes here, but if you need to go to the toilet in the interim, just excuse yourself." And he proceeds to go for another half hour.
Nice. Ashton says, "Can you please give a quick summary of this trial so far, since I missed it due to watching the disgustingly corrupt railroading of Alex?" All right, this is it in a very, very, very brief nutshell. Zachariah.
Hey, how are you today?
That was weird. Zachariah Anderson has an ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend has a new boyfriend, allegedly. This is the defendant. Mr. Anderson is alleged to have stalked, planted listening devices, planted GPS tracking devices, did some window peeking, and was so jealous of his ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend that he murdered him brutally with a blunt object, to where the prosecution was painting the house as this picture where, other than this tiny little rectangle where a rug is missing, the entire house from ceiling to floor and walls was just a sea of blood. But there's no murder weapon, no body, none of the ex-boyfriend's fingerprints, none of the defendant's fingerprints, none of his DNA, none of the dead guy's DNA anywhere on him, none of the dead guy's blood anywhere. No murder weapon.
And Sans just brought up a good thing as well. How the hell did they expect him to drag a 270-pound body across that floor by himself with no blood, no DNA, and nothing showing up in the back of that van? See, the funny thing is, people, the cops in this instance did about as bad of a bang-up job as the murder trial, but we have Schroeder, who is a competent judge. He actually said on the stand yesterday afternoon that there is so much evidence that would otherwise be inadmissible in this case because the entire case is so circumstantial. Like, it was, he directed that to the jury. And that's why he then spent so long going on about the hearsay rule and that sort of thing. Because, like I said, the defense counsel eviscerated the detective, basically saying, you didn't do your job on this, you didn't do your job on that, you didn't do this, you didn't do this, you didn't look at any other suspects, you didn't look at any other leads. And there was no DNA on this. And honestly, it was gorgeous to watch, frankly.
Wow.
As someone that is pro-defense, it was beautiful.
And also there's doorbell cams, street cameras, shop security cameras, and not a single one of the cameras can pinpoint, it shows anything remotely resembling this guy's car anywhere in the neighborhood at the time of the killing. So this is the most circumstantial of circumstantial cases.
Maybe they should bring up the money you stole and might get guilty from the jury.
So are you going to go back to sleep, or are you going to hang here and just power on through?
I don't know. I just had alcohol, and I don't want to mix that with an energy drink. Either way, I'm going to have to go to the loo. I shall see.
Man, that was disgusting. And hey, everybody, there's 1,087 of you that they're sticking around for this trial. This is so much better. We've already had a near mistrial during opening statements. The judge has been full on Schroeder. He's been sharp. He's been on top of the situation. The prosecutor is sufficiently annoying with his shouting and yelling and grandstanding these weird facial expressions that he does. And the defense lawyer here, that's her down here, she is a spitfire.
She is amazing at what she does. I'm not going to lie. By the end of yesterday afternoon, I'm not convinced that the guy's actually dead. I'm not joking.
Let's continue with the state's case, Mr. Grimm.
Looks like we got to boost the volume.
The state calls Christine Rensford to the stand.
And this is
she's
not
sitting
Binger,
in the background. She's in the
I just
court.
have not turned it on. I apologize.
Guilty as charged.
And before that gets going, did you come up? Best Logic says, Brandon? Did you come up with the obsessed boyfriend trial moniker? No, that was court TV
The
actually.
testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth.
Oh yeah, you mentioned. We are currently watching Law and Crime watch Court TV's feed. So if anything goes wrong, it's not Law and Crime, it's actually Court TV. We're watching someone sit at a computer watching the Court TV feed. It's hilarious.
Give us a recap, says Brandon, and don't get brazen with me. I don't know what you're up to. Well, I'll leave it at that.
State your first and your last name, and please spell both your names for the record.
Christine Rensburg. CHRISTINE.
Oh, Bald Eagle, it's so much better without. This is being his boss, and you get to see exactly where Binger learned everything.
How old are you today?
33.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 42.
Didn't hear how she spelled Rensburg, but I'll just guess at it. That was a B-E-R-G or B-U-R-G. Ooh, she's crying. She's invested in this. Who is she?
In the meantime, Ms. Rensburg,
Well, she seems to be known to the family.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
Yes.
And how many times?
3.
How recently? Yesterday?
No, not doing any fight milk shirtless, Brandon. I think that'll motivate me to preload more.
Again, I'm going to show you what's been marked as the counsel's edit. Again, is it 42, Defense Exhibit 40, or is it State Exhibit 42?
Oh, this was Zach's
I'm going to show you
girlfriend.
what's been marked as State's Exhibit 42 up on the screen. Do you see that picture?
Yes.
And do you recognize that individual?
All right, I'll be back.
What is that individual's name?
Zachariah Anderson.
Do you see what that person's wearing in terms of above the waist clothing?
Yes.
And how would you describe that outer garment?
His flannel coat.
Is that something that you recognize as a item regularly worn by Mr. Anderson?
Absolutely.
And is this an item that you ever came in possession of? In other words, after 2020, was this either left at your house or ever something you had?
A couple times, like when he would stay over, it could have been left at the house, but I never took it to him or anything like that, and I don't know where it is.
Have you moved from the house you lived at back in May of 2020?
Yes.
And was it at your house when you moved?
No.
So you do not believe it was left at your house after your relationship with Mr. Anderson was over?
No.
Okay. Is the person you've identified as Mr. Anderson, is he here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you point out where that person's located and what they're wearing? What is the person wearing?
He's wearing his blue suit.
Can you give me a description of any other item?
His tie.
And what colors are the tie?
Blue and red.
I'd ask for the record to reflect the identification of the defendant.
She's indicating the defendant.
Ms. Rensburg, during the period of May 19th, 2020, were you over at the defendant's home in the evening hours?
Yes.
How did you come to be at his home on May 19th?
He invited me over for a movie night.
And how
Hey,
many
Chandler.
times do you believe you had been to his house before that?
This is the defendant's
Around
ex-girlfriend, the girlfriend of the
And
alleged murder.
on the 19th, when you were present, Did you see something happen to Mr. Anderson? In other words, was he removed from his home?
Yes.
So what happened to the defendant?
He got arrested.
Okay. And how had you gotten to his home on the 19th of May?
I drove the 2009 Audi.
Yeah, the clicking and popping on the audio that's on their end. It's not on our end.
I was wondering what that was about. I was hoping I wasn't going to have to refresh my stream.
That's what you sound like sometimes.
Yeah.
This it's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 photo.
See, it goes away when you mute them.
Go up on the screen. Just tell me if you recognize that item when it comes up.
Yeah, not me. It's not refreshing the feed. It's worse on their side. It seems to have worked itself out here now.
Has it been like that the entire time?
Yeah.
Long cuck needs
Recognize that?
Ish together.
What is that?
The Audi.
And you drove that, and whose car was that in May of 2020?
Zachariah Anderson's.
Okay, so how did you come to be a person driving that over to his house on May 19th?
I didn't have a car due to a car accident I had, and I needed a way to get back and forth to work when I was able to go to work after COVID.
Prior to May of 2020, how much earlier than that, how many weeks or months or years before that, did the defendant give you his Audi to drive to be your normal transportation?
That was the first time.
For how long though?
4 to 6 weeks.
About 4 to 6 weeks
Yes.
from the date of his arrest?
Yes.
Okay. And during that period of time, did you have that car on an everyday basis because he had lent it to you?
Yes.
Okay. So what vehicle, if you know, did the defendant drive during that period of time?
His minivan.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as a State's Exhibit 1, picture 254, and ask you if you recognize that particular vehicle.
Yes.
What vehicle is that?
That's his minivan.
That's the minivan of the defendants?
Yes.
So during that 4 to 6 week period, you were driving the Audi. To your knowledge, what vehicle was the defendant driving on an everyday basis?
The minivan.
The one I've identified in this picture?
Yes.
How often were you in that minivan during the time period of April and May of 2020?
Not very often.
What sort of circumstances would cause you to be in the minivan?
It was probably before that, but just going to the grocery store.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, picture 263 for just a moment. If I told you that's the back of the same minivan, do you recognize the carpet being removed from that minivan? Did you ever see the van like that?
No.
It's a little bit leading.
On May 19th, 2020, when you were present at the defendant's house and he was arrested, what was the status of your relationship, if any, with the defendant?
We were dating.
And how long did you believe, or do you believe you had been dating the defendant prior to that time of May 19th, 2020? How long had this been going on?
About a year, give or take.
About a year?
Yep.
And how often were you seeing him, let's say, per week during that year?
4 to 5 times a week.
And when you say you were, or when I say you were seeing him, when you say you saw him 4 or 5 nights a week, what did that mean? So in other words, what was going on?
He would come over shortly after I got done with work or whatever was going on with his day. We have a movie night, spend the night, and we take off to work and do our own thing in the morning.
Okay, so I want to be sure I have this right. May 19th, 2020, you're saying, give or take for about a year, the defendant's been coming to you, you guys have been spending the night together 4 or 5 nights a week. Is that accurate?
Accurate, yes.
The audio is
How many
really
of
way
those
off.
nights
Too.
did you spend at his house?
Just for giggles, I'm gonna I'm going to refresh just for giggles.
Week. Is that accurate?
Accurate, yes.
Yeah, no.
How
doesn't
many
help.
of those nights?
It's only long crime that's doing this, huh?
It was 4 or 5 nights a week. How often had you spent the night at his house?
It was always my apartment.
Okay. When's the first night, if ever, that you spent a night at his house?
I never spent the night over at his house.
Was the plan that you were going to spend the night on May 19th?
I don't know if that was the plan.
She is not sober.
It was just being invited
No.
over for a movie night.
She's
but,
definitely
at the
on
time,
something.
You believe
She's slurring her words.
Her eyes are closed. Something looks sus.
Where were you working during
Yeah.
that period of time?
Libby, Montana's.
Now, on May...
Just want to fix her hair. It's like all...
May 19th that he was arrested. When the defendant was arrested, did law enforcement then also speak to you?
Yes, the same night he was arrested.
Okay. And did they want to know about the previous Sunday? So 2 days earlier, 2 nights earlier.
Yes.
They were kind of focused on that, weren't they?
Yes.
And what did you originally tell them that you believed was the whereabouts of the defendant on the evening of May 17th, which would be that Sunday? What did you originally tell them?
What I originally told him is that he was over, but like
Dude, look at that.
On my phone, it says on my way he was over. If it doesn't, he wasn't there that day.
So originally you said you thought he was over there.
Yes, originally that's what I said.
You mean what a
And
mess
did you
this witness is?
Tell him you thought he came over around 6 o'clock after you got off work.
I'm not saying anything, but this
Is that what you told him originally?
This looks like someone
Did you
very
tell him-
close
and
to
then
me
he
who was
never left
strung
the
out
house?
on
Did you
heroin
tell him
for a
that's what
long
you
time.
originally thought?
Yes.
And did you say?
I
you
guess
stayed until about 11
opiates.
a.m.? Is that what
Sorry.
you originally told him?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly, Slim.
Now, did you also mention to him that there was another person who might be even a better source on whether he was at your house or not that night? Did you give him another name of somebody who might know even more or be more sure?
What do you mean by that?
Well, did you mention that your sister might be somebody who would even know more information or be more sure about it?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, did the officers come back to you
Yes.
and re-question you about the 17th? In other words, what had happened 2 days earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And when they did that, did you decide that, in fact, he had not been at your house on the 17th?
Yes.
Okay. And is one of the things that happened is that you went through your phone, or that there was phone evidence where you could tell that he had not come over?
I'm going to object as far as leading.
At some point, did you share phone evidence with law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 164.
Probably a couple dozen.
You can hold your liquor, huh? I would guess. This is my first. It's my first F it Friday, so I'm looking forward to seeing how much liquor you can actually handle. Which reminds me, I have to go get something for tonight.
I don't have my glasses with me.
Reposado. Oh.
Okay. So if Ms. Remington,
Not
if
pint
you have
milk.
to get close to be able to see it, please let us know. Okay. That'll be okay. We'll have you hold a microphone. Judge, do you still have that microphone up there if she needs it?
Is she just like really struggling today?
They've got to question her about what she's on. The defense has to.
Turn on me.
Yeah.
Well, you're younger than me. You probably could turn it on.
I'm like touching my hair subconsciously because I'm so aware of like how messy her hair is. I'm like, I don't want to look like that on camera.
So, and I'm going to approach just closer.
Hey, Hayden.
And while they're doing that, I'll burn through a couple of these. Prosecution is a ball sack, defense is a queen, and the dude isn't dead. He hit his head and wandered to an ER with amnesia and is living a second life.
That's my favorite theory so far.
That's my running theory. Yeah, that is my running theory.
On Sunday, the 17th of May, where he says cool.
Yeah.
Okay. And then at 6:35
That leading into
PM,
questions been so far.
do you text the defendant's phone and suggest to him you got a movie in mind?
Yes.
And so does that
Was it Requiem for a Dream?
Is that a text you sent him?
Was it Train
Okay.
Spotting?
And without, so you don't have to read it. Does the text? Is that right?
No, she's traditional. It's Fantasia.
obviously.
Okay. Does the text at
better off dead.
6:35 p.m.
I
to
want
the
my
defendant say
$2.
from you, Alice in Wonderland, Land 1933, gotta find it and watch it. It's my new mission M. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, that's a movie that you're discussing?
Yes.
And are you expecting the defendant at that time to still show up at your house?
Possibly, yes.
Okay.
Possibly.
You had plans with him,
Yes.
did you not?
Yes.
Okay. And so you are suggesting for our movie night.
Less
here's
than
what
0.
I'm
That's what it
thinking.
was. Sorry. Yeah.
Less than 0.
I better.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Any response from him at that time?
No.
Okay. Now I'm at 9:20 p.m.
Less than 0. Was
Up to
depressing.
then, have you received any texts from him or calls from him
Brett Easton Ellis.
since you told him, hey, the movie's Alice in Wonderland? Has there been any, has he been in touch with you in any way?
Which version is that?
So now at 9:20 p.m., you text him and you say, get to keep kiddos tonight? Is that true? Did you text that?
Yes.
And you're at
That's all
9:20 p.m., right? When you send that, 9:20 p.m.? Okay. Still no response until the next time you text at 10:31?
Correct.
Okay. At 10:31 p.m., or 10:31:09, do you text the defendant, whatever, going to bed?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say you're not happy at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And is the first time you hear from the defendant a text from him that says, fell asleep, sorry, missed afternoon nap? Is that what he said?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, did you receive a call from
I'm going to
him?
object to leading again.
About time.
This whole line of
What, if
questioning is
anything, did you
leading.
say about later?
Schroeder
whether you
actually
got a
told her
call?
yesterday that she needs to object more.
Yes, I don't.
Did he really? Oh wow, I missed that part.
What it was about, but usually we just talk about our day or how we feel and what's
Listen to
going
her
on.
talk. She
All
is
right.
off her
And-
tits.
And
No,
did he ever
no
arrive at your
wonder
home
they're all
that
leading questions. I don't think she could answer them otherwise.
Right, no.
Okay.
Mm.
I mean, come on, like there's got to be
Then,
a rule
the next
against
day,
this.
Did you have an opportunity to be in texting conversation with the defendant again?
That's very leading. I mean,
Mics are working. You can speak into the normal mic.
Okay.
Kind of working. Fat.
is it? I can't tell if it's the court reporter typing.
Yeah, on the next day,
No.
so
It sounds like
Monday
it stops
morning,
when it gets quiet.
were you again texting back and
Sometimes.
forth with the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'll ask you if you recognize this text. Can you read that text?
No.
It's going to be a long day. Still haven't got to work. Hit you
I'm
up later.
going to object at this point. I'm going to ask that he ask a question and she responds.
That's how it goes normally. That's what
I'm
it's
reading
supposed
the
to
text.
be.
These are stipulated records.
Tell me about it.
I'm reading them and asking him,
I
is
understand.
she familiar with them?
Yeah, that's not what you're doing,
I'm
man.
not sure if you're suggesting that this is becoming a narrative or if you're objecting to this.
I'm objecting to her being
as leading or
stoned
something.
Well, one, it's leading. Two, it is a narrative if he's just going to be reading things and at her. And not sure what the relevancy is of reading every single text message between them. So if there's a question about a particular text that he has, then I would ask that he ask that question.
Well, I think he can make his presentation. The objection is overruled.
Okay, so again, I'm going to read it just for purposes of you not having to approach. I'm going to read you the content of the text again.
Okay.
It's going to be a long day. Still haven't got to work. Hit you up later, babe. Is that a text you received from the defendant's phone on a time period that is noted as 8:54 a.m.? Is that a
Into
time
the
you
microphone,
received that
Elaine.
text?
Yes.
Okay. So when the defendant texted you and said, I've had a nap, and so that's why I haven't answered any of your texts, you don't know for sure if he had a nap.
Objection leading.
Exactly. She
Well,
can't read. I'm thinking that.
This particular question, I don't think is suggestive of a particular answer.
I think it is, because I think the proper question, Judge, would be when you received that text, did you know exactly what Mr. Anderson was doing?
Well, that would be a better version. I'll grant you that. But it's, I don't think it's one where there's particular concern about coaxing the witness into a particular answer. So the objection is overruled.
Did you know one way or another whether he was taking a nap when he texted you or had been?
How could I? I was at home.
Okay. And when you received
God, she's gonna fall
the
asleep.
8:52 text indicating that the defendant had not yet arrived at work, you had no idea where he was, did you?
Absolutely not.
Jeez.
If you put some ice cream in her lap, you can frame her for domestic assault.
Wow.
She's gonna nod off.
Wow. Nice. Sweet burn.
That was good.
Thanks. Glad you guys
Shauna
like
says,
that
shot time. Congrats on 35K. You deserve it. Oh, thank you so much, Shauna. I deeply appreciate that. Mang's $10. The opiates comment was BS, and he doesn't know addicts. Oh, this is talking about the judge, not the witness. This is the judge from the Murdoch trial, not this judge talking about the witness. You could learn something. I've been one. Mangs, what do you think? Is this witness, is she out of her tits on heroin? I've been one, and you don't murder people you love. It made him a better lawyer / gave him energy. It is not
After the
true.
text that said, I'm not at work yet, do you recall when the first time you saw the defendant was on the 18th? Like, what time did you first meet up with him in any place? Your place, his place on the 18th?
Was that Tuesday?
It was a Monday?
Tuesday.
So, what?
Was it Tuesday?
It was a Monday.
I can't with her.
Only if you know.
I don't remember. I just know on Tuesday is the movie night, and I was over there around 7.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that on May 18th, you went to his home about 6 p.m.?
I'm
that would
sorry,
be the
it's not
Monday.
funny.
You also
Oh, I'm just confusing dates.
It's ironically funny.
Do that
That
on
was Monday.
On Monday?
yes.
But were you also there on Tuesday?
It's
the
not
day he
funny
was
funny. It's
arrested?
ha-ha funny.
Okay.
I feel
As is
bad for
Jeff's
her,
face right now.
but it kind of exemplifies the state's case, in my opinion. Like, these are their witnesses.
On the 18th, when you went over to his house, so,
So
that's
far,
that
you've
Monday,
had a
did you have the audio
detective
that
that
day
hasn't
as
done
well?
his job, and now you've got her.
Yes.
This is not looking good for them.
No.
Zenith Anderson says she was sober when they dated, but we knew she had a history.
Right.
Okay. And for those of you that don't know, Zenith Anderson is the sister of the defendant. So welcome, Zenith. Welcome, Zenith. Take a pause here. Definitely not Brandon. She used the semen hair gel this morning. Shameless. What a dirty pirate. Hook her. I like the witness already.
Questions?
Wow.
Let's examine.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Remsburg.
Hi.
So I want
This
to
will be
go
good.
back a little bit. The state had been talking to you about the first statement you gave law enforcement on the 19th, and then the second time you talked to them 2 days later. You had told law enforcement on the 19th that you had memory problems, and that's why it would probably be better to ask your sister, right?
I didn't specifically say that I have memory problems. No,
Specifically.
but considering me and my sister lived together and I was going back to work and I do have shit drinks. So no, I'm not good at remembering dates, but knowing my routine. And that was what I told the authorities.
So, but when you told them that, it was because you weren't 100% sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Because usually he was over there. The only time that he wasn't over there, either we were working or he was with his kids.
And so then on the 21st, which was 2 days after you first spoke with law enforcement, you told them after seeing more information that he was not at the house on the 17th, correct?
Correct. And when I got asked and I thought he was there, I even had them look at my phone. So for them to say that I lied or I was covering up and harass me about it, it's not right. It's not okay.
Because you weren't covering anything up, correct?
No, I was just going by memory. I got hit that my boyfriend's in some kind of trouble. I asked the captain what's going on and he couldn't even tell me.
Fuck.
I didn't know until later on at all, nothing. And everybody feels like they're attacking me from authorities from this way and this is going on. No one really cares about what I go through. I didn't want to come back here because of the harassment I've been through.
Oh, honey, save it for therapy.
And I'm
Jesus.
here.
Jesus.
And it's because law enforcement never really wanted to hear your story, right?
Exactly.
You felt like they were pressuring you into what they wanted you to say.
I just felt they were thinking I was hiding something, pulling something when there was nothing there to pull.
Speaking of polls,
Because when
there's a new poll
when
up.
you were with Mr. Anderson on those days and talked to him, there was nothing suspicious, right?
Objection. Calls for hearsay, Judge.
Oh, come on.
Really?
Seriously?
Really?
With all your leading questions?
Well,
Come on, bro.
that's leading.
This is cross-examination,
You're right.
so I can lead.
Yes, you can.
Nice. I love the look on her face. I love this defense attorney. She's great. Do we know her name?
Yes, you're correct about that.
I love her.
I do know that. Hang on.
Well,
Love the pink. Good color
objections
for her.
overruled.
Do you want me to re-ask the question? I just said that during the times from May
Leading
17th
across.
to May 19th, 2020, when you either saw or were talking to Mr. Anderson, there was nothing suspicious.
That's an argumentative question.
Nicole
based on my
Mueller.
new understanding of what
Mueller.
argumentative objections are.
I'm sure Zenith can correct me on the pronunciation.
Thanks, Aiden.
Asked to make a conclusion, and it's an argument.
The objection is sustained.
Oh, thank you, Natalie.
When
She put it in chat too.
you spoke with Mr. Anderson on May 17th, 2019, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And
Oh,
the
is Natalie
text
joining?
messages
so.
before that the state had read to you about Mr. Anderson taking a nap. You remember receiving that text?
Chances isn't Muller. Thank you.
And you said you had been
Nicole Muller,
dating
thank
Mr. Anderson for about a year.
Yes.
And during that year, I'm assuming you've known Mr. Anderson to sleep.
She's gonna
Yes.
sleep here in a bit.
And were there times where he would also nap?
Yes.
So receiving a text that he was napping, that wasn't anything out of the ordinary from your experience.
No.
Jeez.
And it's true
Wow.
too that during your entire relationship, there were times where perhaps you had planned on meeting up, but then that didn't happen because something else came up.
Yes.
Like he had sometimes Mr. Anderson would have his kids.
Yes, the schedule would change with the kids often.
And sometimes he would be tired from work.
Absolutely.
So it wasn't bizarre that he wasn't able to come over that evening.
Judge, again, this is propensity evidence, and it's an argument.
It's actually a follow-up of the state's questioning of her.
Objections overruled.
You can answer.
To be fair,
answer
Judge,
that
she didn't use the word
question if you
objection, I don't think, there.
remember.
Could you repeat it?
Yeah, of
please?
course. I said that there was nothing bizarre then on the 17th about him not coming over because he had fallen asleep.
No, it's not bizarre. No.
And when you talked to him, there was nothing out of the ordinary about the conversations that you had with him that evening, correct?
It calls for hearsay. It's the words "talk to him" are in it.
I'm not asking what he said.
The objections overruled.
It's a characterization of a conversation. I apologize, Judge, but I do want to.
Even it is like, you'll argue with the judge?
It is not seeking what is asserted in the conversation to prove the truth of it.
Would have to
I can't believe I thought this guy was competent yesterday. Wow.
that this.
Oh, yeah, no, it got so much more embarrassing for him in the afternoon.
Bring up.
Yikes.
So it is hearsay. If you say, I don't want you to
I don't
say
do
what was said.
Nor do I do,
I want you to tell me whether the conclusion
what do they call it?
was
Oat milk?
X,
Where you
Y,
mix
or Z.
orange juice and milk?
And the whole basis of it is verbal
No.
or is something that was
I
said.
object to that.
That's hearsay.
To that,
There-
that
there's
premise.
not allowed to bring
I
that up.
actually, I
I'd
agree
sooner
with
drink
that,
Fight
but I
milk
don't
than
think
combine
what-
any of
what
those
is
things.
Let's listen to the
being
court
asked
here.
Is demonstrative of that.
The phrase, the question began with based on what he said, and then the question was draw a conclusion based on what he said. What he said is hearsay from
The
that side of
objectionable
the
part is not whether the witness drew a conclusion. It's if you offer either the conclusion or the underlying statement to prove the truth of the matter asserted, which would make it hearsay. I'm not going to argue about it anymore.
Okay.
I love Schroeder. Schroeder's the OG.
Was there anything suspicious about that phone call?
Can you repeat your question?
Oh my gosh, she's
Sure.
falling asleep.
I'll repeat it in full. The phone call that you had with Mr. Anderson the evening of May 17th, 2020, there was nothing suspicious about that phone call, correct?
No, I would have remembered something otherwise. To me, it was just a normal phone call. I don't remember exactly what we talked about even then. It's usually around the same thing. It was nothing that I need to put on the schedule, so why would I?
And then you spoke with him, and then the next morning he texted you that you texted him, and then he texted you back that he was heading to work, right?
Yes.
And was that normal from your observations of Mr. Anderson that he would go to work in the mornings?
Yes.
And you were aware that Mr. Anderson was doing construction contracting work at a home up in Belgium, Wisconsin?
Yes.
And your understanding, where was Mr. Anderson going to work on that morning when he texted you?
I'm not really sure because the boys always did side work and that's the boys' thing, you know.
Oh, that's a boys thing. Okay.
But you knew that he was working at that home around this time?
I don't know if it was that day, but I knew they were working on that project, yes.
Okay. While you dated Mr. Anderson for the year, did you know him to have any sort of injuries?
Like what type of allergies are you talking about?
Like any sort of things that would prohibit him from moving around freely, any back problems, leg problems, anything of that sort?
He has back problems.
Okay, can you explain what you know of those back problems?
Sometimes he just can't move. He either has to lay there.
Can't
or he
move
has to
now.
Stand up and just keep doing stuff. It's serious pain enough to where you hold your back and you can't move.
Okay, and did you ever see him when he would have these moments of back pain?
Yes.
Objection irrelevant. Whether she's seen other moments unrelated to this time period, it's irrelevant.
Overall.
And how frequent did this happen?
Same objection.
Overall.
How frequently did Mr. Anderson experience back pain and issues?
It was daily. Sometimes it was worse. Sometimes some days were better.
And do you remember if there was anything that would cause him to have back pain?
Heavy lifting that he would end up doing.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was it hard for Mr. Anderson to do heavy lifting because of his back issues?
Yes.
Yes.
So you had gone over to Mr. Anderson's house from May 18th and on May 18th and May 19th?
May 18th and May 19th, you said?
Yeah.
Yes.
And when you were there, Mr. Anderson, was he with you?
Yes.
And you never saw Mr. Anderson with bloody clothes, correct?
No.
And did you ever see him getting rid of what appeared to be some sort of evidence?
No.
Was it just a
God, look at
normal
her.
weekend and day was for you?
She's
Like how
so
he
far
was
gone.
acting and what you guys were doing?
What is?
Objection. Council Monday would be the 8th. Would it be a Monday? 18th and 19th. Monday, Tuesday.
Okay, so
It was a
when
weekend.
I
Read the
apologize.
scroll,
Sometimes us
people, talking
lawyers
about
get
the
our
audio.
days
It's
mixed
not
up,
us.
too.
It's the court feed.
When
Damn.
you were
I'm trying in the
Fade in the
background to see if there's another
together
feed, but it's
on
just not
Monday
doing
and
well.
Tuesday, what were you guys doing?
Read the scrolling notes. It tells you everything you need to know.
That's what we normally do. We sit around and talk and just enjoy each other's time. We eat. I would cook breakfast.
Okay, so there's nothing out of the
Nothing out of the ordinary at all.
Okay. And on the 19th, so that would have been the Tuesday when you were there, the day Mr. Anderson got arrested. Do you remember people coming to the house?
I sat in the living room. He told me there was trespassers, so I sat in the living room, acted like I was playing a game on my phone. I knew he was on the phone as either his dad or his brother. And then he called the police, and we went to meet the police in the driveway. I remember that day like it was yesterday.
Okay. Why don't you talk a little bit more about what you remember?
Again, Judge, the objection is that it's not a specific enough question because it potentially calls for hearsay in its general form.
Let her answer before.
Exactly.
To prevent hearsay from being presented. Because what the defendant told her would be hearsay. So,
if I may respond,
She's just asking about what she remembers.
I asked her was May 19th.
Mm-hmm.
What do you remember about two people coming over? And she said she remembers that day vividly. So then I just asked her, well, what do you remember about that day? That's a fair enough question.
so she's already. I apologize. Finish.
The DA is really signaling what he doesn't
ask about
want
what any statements
from
were
this
said by
testimony.
Mr. Anderson. I'm simply asking her what her recollection was of May 19th, 2020.
And
Yeah, go ahead.
her answer to
Why
the
don't you
initial
tell us what you think we should do, district attorney?
a couple things that he told her. Okay, so to ask the general question again, to have her be more detailed about the general question,
Let it go,
does
dude.
not preclude the hearsay.
And I
so
would-
I'm just hold on for just a minute, counsel.
He's not going to let it go.
Trying to make sure we're
Exactly, Eva. Thank you.
not presenting the evidence that's not permitted. So, if I was a lay witness and I heard and I had just reported, here's what happened, here's what somebody
See, Jeff,
said,
this is where you need the Jim Carrey clip. This is devastating to my case.
I would, of course, go back and report those things again.
Can I just say that
First
with
question,
back problems, it's hard to move a body?
Answer included it, and so now
Heavy lifting? I
Stewart
mean,
tried not to present hearsay
270-pound body,
have
no
to ask
blood trail or anything to show where the body went
In
to.
order for hearsay to be
Because he's dragging
hearsay,
it. He's
has
not
to
putting
be
it on like
statement
a
that's used
forklift
for
or anything, let's
truth as a
face
matter
it.
asserted. Anything that, if I may, Judge, thank you. Anything that Mr. Anderson
Not if he
told
was held
her
in the
about
apartment.
sitting down and then her going in and sitting down would be an effect on the listener exception. I'm not looking to seek any of that into evidence, nor do I think that's what's been elicited here.
But
It hasn't.
It's my interpretation, he is making a precautionary objection to prevent hearsay from seeping into the record. You've inquired about the event, and there was reference in the witness's answer to conversational matters. And that is an area of high risk that the witness will stray into something that would be hearsay. He hasn't claimed that there's been hearsay.
Mm-hmm.
I think what he's asking for is more like abandonment of the narrative type answer and ask specific questions.
Well, let's hear.
Sure.
So as to reduce the risk of hearsay.
Sure.
So there's nothing for me to sustain or overrule other than
Exactly.
I think it would be prudent. And let's try that route.
Objection, possible, potential future hearsay isn't good.
I just want you to talk about what you
Which is
personally
really ironic.
saw. Does that make sense? Not anything that Mr. Anderson would have told you?
Yes.
So in what you personally saw, did you see the people who were trespassing on Mr. Anderson's property?
No, because why would I step out of the house in danger where there's trespassers? When there's a man there calling the cops, the woman should stay in the house and be protected.
And
Really,
did you
the
feel
gender
protected by
roles,
Yes.
Mr.
this
Anderson?
lady.
And in your whole year of dating Mr. Anderson, did you always feel protected by him?
Yes.
Well, that's gonna hurt you guys.
Wow.
Just when I thought the cop from yesterday had to be their worst witness.
Look at her.
Well,
Your
she said something about the
relationship
back
with
fan.
Mr. Anderson, it was relatively serious,
Pretty
right?
good testimony to me.
Yes.
You guys had very strong feelings for each other.
Yes.
Did you
You're right.
ever
No, you're right.
feel like Mr. Anderson was not trying to date you?
Mm. No.
And were you aware of of who Mr. Anderson's children's mother is?
I didn't know what she looked like, but yes, I knew her name and I respected their relationship and him doing his best to be a single dad.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Wow, it's
subject to.
It's a bad day for David St. Hubbins back there.
Ms. Remsburg, you were asked a question about whether there was any reason for you to believe that you were not in a serious relationship with strong feelings for each other. What, if anything, can you tell us about whether you were aware of any texts or meetings or efforts by the defendant to get back together from January of 2020 through May of 2020 with his ex? Were you aware that he was making
He
efforts?
did have a dinner with her and he did tell me about it, about where the relationship fell apart, if it's better to get back together. He knew I was willing to let him go, but he showed me that's not what he wanted.
So he was telling you, I don't want to get back together with her during that period of time. That's what you were hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that the defendant sometimes had back problems, but you also knew he worked as a contractor, right?
Yes. Well, any man that's older, everyone's got back problems, but he has some severe back problems where he would have really bad days like you. Do you have really bad days and really good days with your back?
I in fact do. Yes.
What?
So there were good days as well.
Yes.
Okay. And then sometimes
the
when
witness
heavy
asking
lifting
questions.
happened, you are aware that the defendant would have to call and get some assistance for that. If he did some heavy lifting, he would need to get some
I
gear.
wouldn't be aware because I wasn't at work with them.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I thought you said that you knew that then he sometimes got help for it if he had heavy lifting.
That was the
If
most
he-
cohesive answer she's
No,
given.
I wouldn't know because I wouldn't be working with them.
Got it. But sometimes after heavy lifting is when he appeared to have that back problem. Is that
Yeah,
right?
of course, when someone you're seeing comes over, you can tell when they've been in pain because they hurt their back from work or something that day.
Okay.
And they need the
So you
painkillers,
indicated that
perchance?
on the 18th and 19th nothing seemed out of the ordinary to you. When you saw him on that Monday and Tuesday, nothing seemed different.
Nothing to send any red flags, no.
Okay, so now I want to turn your attention back to a time period around April 24th, so just a few weeks earlier. Okay. During that time period, where you also have
I think everybody should tweet.
4 or 5 nights a week.
Everybody should start tweeting court
Did you
TV.
notice anything out of the
to get
ordinary
their
during
audio
that period of
sorted
time?
out.
No.
And now I'm going to turn
Well, it looks like they finished up with the Murta like press conferences and stuff. So
right
hopefully
after
when they
in that
pull the
week,
cables from there, they can
right
run one over
after
to the
May
Wisconsin
3,
courthouse.
seeing him 4 to 5 nights a week.
Yes.
And was there anything out of the ordinary in his conduct or how he acted towards you or
Sorry,
anything
Kenosha
during
courthouse,
that period
obviously.
of time?
No.
What about May 13th? Immediately after May 13th?
Well, if Murdall's over, everybody should come here.
Have anything
That'd
that
be
happened
nice.
that seemed out of the ordinary
nice.
in your mind?
No.
So you indicated you had heard and knew that the defendant worked as a contractor. Were you aware that he was also making money in the growing and sale of marijuana?
I'm going to object. It's argumentative and non-relevant to this case, Judge.
So I want to make an argument.
I'd like this to be heard outside the presence of the jury.
That was dirty. That was a little dirty.
I guess it's time for you to leave us alone.
When the DA is playing dirty, you know they don't have a case.
During the break, read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. I'm going to say I'm going to say 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I'm told one of the jurors threatened to bring a stopwatch. Yeah. Upstairs.
Put a stopwatch on the judge.
Yeah, because yesterday he sent them away for 5 minutes and it turned into a half-hour, 45-minute argument.
Oh god. Hayden, I missed yesterday. They that Schroeder said the word brazen, and you were like, "He said the word," and I was like, "That was my favorite moment."
All right. Well, this is
I'm
this
so
is going
sad I
on.
missed that. That was a really good one.
Let me burn through these super chats while this is going on here.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'll bring it right back up as soon as they say anything.
And then we'll come back.
Theory, Ativan or Xanax, not opiates. Fuck, it's got to be something. This is not normal.
Everybody's
all this talk about the nights is making me think of the song "Self Control" by Laura Branigan. Oh, the night is my world. Pretty lights, painted girls. Yeah. Legendary racing opiates definitely don't give her energy. Nicholas Starov, check if the prosecutor is nodding or shaking his head after each question and how she answers. This judge is straight up. Feels like 90% of these questions are leading. Yeah, the district attorney is really, really good at asking leading questions.
I mean, how's she going to answer them otherwise? She can barely, hear a full sentence without nodding off and asking for it to be repeated.
Definitely not.
Well,
Brandon,
he was
would
the same yesterday on the redirect of the redirect of the redirect. Just asking leading question after leading question of the detective as well. So,
would you get drunk and smash the witness, or would you be too worried about the shabusiness that would follow? Yeah, she's got some shabusiness vibes.
I don't think she has the coordination for that kind of shabusiness.
Hope she gets the nods before she
I'd be
nods
more
off and
worried
goes.
getting charged with necrophilia if I did that.
Torteo says Schroeder is a palate cleanser, a good judge. Yes,
That's
he
what
is.
I've been saying. I agree.
Unhung hero. She visited Zanny the nanny before court.
Something like that.
I mean, seriously, it's not like she to me is like 90% on something. Knickers, make sure I pronounce that. We knew he was going to be convicted regardless, as Alec Murdaugh. I still cried a little. My dad's been in prison since 97 for a murder that he didn't commit. I know a bit of Buster's pain. Damn, that sucks.
I'm
Flounder.
so sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Flounder, is this trial being interpreted for that tribe from the gods must be crazy with all the clicks?
I love that movie.
I don't know. I think I should read all the super chats like this to see what people think. How's that sound?
Oh, please don't.
Don't do it.
That actually hurt.
It's terrible.
How about just
yeah.
one?
Back to that one. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was more.
Oh, we've got like 10 more, 11 more. Definitely not Brandon. I had some serious dental work done over the past few months and they loaded me up on Ativan. She's definitely on benzos or just brazenly drunk in court, AH style. It's not okay. Yeah, this is wild. Flux, this is so awesome. Jason J, my wife was hit by a car her senior year in high school, and that was 20 years ago, and she has memory problems or remembering things, but this lady makes my wife look like a genius. Unhung hero, stay classy, Kenosha chicks. Nice.
Is that Wisconsin thing?
All right, 7 more. Again, with Mr. N. Every time he talks about and to his family, it makes me angry. Okay, this is the judge talking to Murdoch's family, the 2 that are still left
Are we?
alive.
Okay, all right.
Every time he talks about and to his family, it makes me angry. I give my condolences and well wishes, but I just put your dad in prison for something I couldn't prove. Well, technically, the judge doesn't have to prove, but I know what you mean.
I feel bad for
prosecution
Buster.
couldn't prove.
I do. Buster is a victim, and people need to remember that.
It'd be fun if he was the mastermind behind it all. He's like,
Yeah, I don't think so.
he goes back to his lair, strokes his little cat. I did it. That's all mine. The debt is all mine. Zadig Attack, thank you so much for the super chat. For Aussie Overlaw'd, have you ever had pilk, half Pepsi and half milk? Delicious stuff that will definitely lead to an early grave.
It's disgusting. Never again will I ever drink anything that mixes milk with an acidic beverage. Except for a spider. I don't mind a spider. But anyway.
I wish I was drunk. How are we, lads and lasses? Hope everyone is well. We are all doing well, and thank you so much for that super chat. I wish I was drunk. Always good to have you here. We're coming on the home stretch. Keely Sexton, what in the fever dream is going on? Lol.
Good question, Keely. I'd like to know that as well.
Legendary Racing. Wait, is the state's witness? I thought hearsay was allowed when it was adversarial. Yeah, they're just, again, you'll notice, I mean, this defense lawyer, she speaks really quickly anyway, but she's having to slow down to Murdoch trial levels so that we can get through to whatever in the hell is going on up there.
Southern drawl equals opiate level of processing.
Yeah. I didn't say that. Unhung Hero creeped on her Facebook. A let's smoke a bowl meme is prominently featured. Oh God, I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. Definitely not Brandon. We are up to 5 fight milks. Oh Jesus. You should review this testimony while working through them, and don't you get brazen and slow toll drinking them. I will not. We'll handle it appropriately. Don't worry. And just for you, Brandon Collective.
Before they
Don't get brazen with me.
Oh wow. So all right, now that that's out of the way, comments on what the hell is going on here.
Terrible audio.
Yeah.
Clickety clackety, clickety
Sorry,
clackety.
someone in chat mentioned. So just to clarify, people, because someone was questioning why we were seeing court TV pop up. It's literally Law and Crime. Someone at Law and Crime is sitting at a computer watching the court TV feed and streaming it to us. It's not available on the court TV website for some reason, though. I'm waiting for it to come up.
Hey, good logic. I'll trust you here in a second. By the way, do you want in on this crazy trial? We can shoot you a link if you're sad and lonely with life.
That would be great. Did Natalie join us this morning?
She said when she gets time, if she gets time, she'll do it.
Oh, good. I'm glad I didn't miss her. I was like, I'm going to be a little late. I hope I don't miss Natalie. Natalie's awesome.
So yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt with Joe's chat there. Continue, guys.
What were we?
Hopefully
We
it
were just
makes a
talking about
change,
the terrible feed and that.
Okay, we got through the feed.
Maybe somebody's tap dancing in the jury box and we're not aware of it. It just
Could well be. To me, it sounds like there's a loose wire somewhere and it's just connecting enough to get most of the audio, but it's sort of like. But anyway, I digress.
This witness.
Witness. So what did I miss before I came in like the
Nothing.
half
You came
hour?
in like 30 seconds after they started.
Oh, I did. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
What were they doing before this witness
Nothing.
came on? Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. Oh, okay. I'm glad I had the time to make coffee.
Yeah. I'm just so glad that they brought on a credible witness this time around, honestly. I mean, after yesterday's afternoon session with the detective who literally knew nothing. I know nothing.
Yeah, tell us, we got cut off by, they started this while we were describing what happened yesterday. So we got to the part where she had to tell the judge to please stop talking so she'd go to the bathroom.
Oh, yeah. So that was like the last 45 minutes of the stream.
Okay.
Prior to that, like I said, she spent most of the afternoon eviscerating this detective, basically pulling apart the fact that he had very much not done his job, that no one else in the in the police department had done their job. Various bits and pieces of evidence weren't collected. There was a window that was open that wasn't done for fingerprints. There was all sorts of like just fuckery. Honestly, thankfully we're after the 2 hour
Malarkey.
mark, so I can say that now.
It's been 2 hours already. Jeez.
Malarkey, I would say, but fuckery
And
also works.
good.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Good Logic, our newest mod. Hey, Good Logic, welcome to the Moddy
cool.
crew.
Fabulous. I love
You
that.
can post whatever links you were wanted to post now.
I had a
Yeah.
question.
Speaking
So
of which, while
Yeah.
we're at that,
Yeah.
what's up?
Well, we're at what?
I'm on stream with you and I don't have a wrench.
You are a wrench. You're the whole toolbox.
I had a question.
I'm trying not to
I'm
lick the
curious.
door.
Did we see any more photos of that room, and was there more blood?
There were no different photos of the room itself. They showed a few photos of different things, but nothing of consequence, really, in my opinion.
Okay, so that makes me feel like there isn't that much more blood in the room, and that detective was just really exaggerating, or seeing things.
So we sort of like, because I paused it. We brought up pictures, the copy of the image. Someone was kind enough to send me a contrasted copy of the photo so that we could actually see the blood on the carpet and that sort of thing in a much better detail. And at the moment, the running theory that I have is that someone walked in. Maybe there was an argument, maybe not. They've tripped over the table that's near the door as they're walking in. They've hit the head on the coffee table that's on top of the carpet or whatever. Mm-hmm. They've gotten up, dazed and confused, stumbled back onto the couch, taken their wallet out of their pocket because it was uncomfortable, and from there, I'm not 100% sure.
And then
because there's definitely blood on the top of the pillow of the couch, so because we were able to see that. Because there was one other photo because they did a different photo of the couch, and there was definitely blood on the headrest.
And
but
again,
it did look like it tried to be
we were
clean.
saying that the way the prosecutor was describing this room was, other than this void of blood, he called it, this void where this throw rug had been removed, every other livable inch of the house was covered in blood, was how he described it.
I'd like to
the
see
walls,
that.
the ceilings,
for proof.
Yeah, the floors. There was a giant pool of blood. Mm-hmm. And it just sort of looked like someone had a really, really bad head wound and bled profusely on the carpet in one place.
That's exactly what it was like. So the way that they described it is exactly. So I was on with Kaiser last night, Kaiser Pineapple, and he played the clip from Dracula Dead and Buried with Leslie Nielsen, where Van Helsing gets the guy to put a stake through the vampire's heart, and blood just gushes everywhere. And that's exactly what it was. That's exactly what I was expecting in the way that they described it.
Like Kill Bill,
levels
of
Yes.
I described it yesterday as the scene in the original Nightmare on Elm Street where Johnny Depp gets sucked into the bed, and then it's just this 5-minute gout of blood coming out of the bed. But it's just like this little pool of blood, and there's some blood soaked into the sofa and a couple of spatter marks.
Yeah.
But let's get through these. We don't want to let the super chats pile up too much.
Sure,
is she sober? I doubt it. Love the stream.
Thank you, Oliver. So sober. Totally sober.
Thank you, Oliver, for that major
major
super chat. That's very deeply appreciated. But yeah, I think the general consensus is she's off her tits. I mean, she's just nuts. She's gone. She's somewhere else. What it is, we don't know. I wish I was drunk. To me, the audio sounds like a spirit box. Lol. Yeah, so you're gonna hear this.
That's a good one.
I'll tell you who did it. That kind of thing. It's like, nice spirit box blast there, by the way. That's great. Best logic. I went to college in the Midwest. This girl reminds me of the crackhead strippers so much. Respect. Pope Rackets touched me, $5. Anyone jumping up and down about Alex Murdaugh process, I hope never are in the situation, and if so, they receive the proper due process everyone deserves and wisdom to understand. Preach. And last two, Fleet Admiral Rindick. The audio sounds like someone beating it vigorously to the skeletal visage of the present witness. Truly disturbing. Love your coverage, y'all. Cheers and thanks. Vermillionaire. Now that a lot of us are coming here for sloppy seconds after Murdaugh, can you give us a quick recap from the opening to now? Oh God, no. Opening statements went to hell. The prosecution yelled a lot at kind of the universe. Then the defense got about halfway through. The prosecutor made a motion for a mistrial. They spent a day on the mistrial arguments, eventually decided to go ahead with the prosecution. And then yesterday there was two witnesses that testified to some weird stuff that it really had nothing to do with the murder. I mean, honest to God, I'm not just talking out my ass here. That's literally what happened. And they testified that like 3 people showed up while the crime scene investigators were there because they hadn't heard from the guy for 2 days. And
right when
literally
the
all of
police
us,
got there.
and all of us
it
were
was very
saying
sus.
that, if my friends don't hear from me for 2 days, they just assume I'm busy, or my friends don't want to talk to me either, those kind of things.
I mean,
But
unless
and
they're
then-
living across the street, and they're seeing this police
Yeah.
activity, I don't see any reason for them to be there at that time. That's very weird. Very weird.
And the prosecution's first witness, the detective, was just as weird as this witness, but in different ways. I mean, he was like getting all
twitchy.
bug-eyed occasionally. He was just like, he was like twitchy and just like looked uncomfortable, like he wanted to cry every time the prosecutor asked a question.
Yeah, for someone that supposedly has worked, hundreds of cases, it really felt like it was the first time he'd actually been in court. So,
yeah.
And
Yeah.
Moona,
So what happened
yes,
with
in this
the last
instance, the
witness?
prosecutor was trying for the mistrial, but we do need to skip over because there's probably a few in chat that haven't actually heard it before. This is the second time that this is being tried because last year there was a mistrial because the prosecution basically didn't share certain evidence with the defense.
Yeah,
So
the
they got
trial
through
1 year
opening
ago.
statements.
Almost 1 year ago to the day, as a matter of fact. It's a couple of weeks shy of 1 year. They started this. The prosecution gave their opening statement. The defense gave their opening statement and then promptly requested a mistrial because, as Hayden said, they didn't turn over. This district attorney didn't turn over evidence and information to the defense that should have been turned over. So the judge granted the mistrial. And they started this one with another attempt. This time the DA attempted to get the mistrial. It's just weird. It's wild. Judge Schroeder is being Judge Dredd. I almost said. I almost said Judge Dredd. And Judge Schroeder is being Judge Schroeder. He's being fair. He's being firm, and he's being very, very explanatory. So literally, you've missed nothing in 2 days. You've just missed weirdness like you've seen. I still don't know what this witness is testifying to.
It's funny how yesterday with the witness, the DA, he really was not hiding the fact that he was trying to elicit a lot of hearsay from the first witness. And now with this witness, he's objecting to everything on the basis of hearsay before it even occurs. So there's a lot of bad lawyering going on with this DA, I think. But yeah, with this witness, I would say she's way better for the defense.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. That's a very
Time
good
to pause.
point.
We have Joe. Joe, good logic. What's up, sir?
Morning.
How much of this have you seen this morning?
Good morning.
0.
Oh, you haven't seen this witness testifying yet?
No, dude, I don't even know what the hell this case is. I literally just walked in here.
Oh, great. Well, you're hanging out there in chat.
I woke up like 10 minutes. I woke up like 10 minutes ago.
Well, good. This is this is Judge Schroeder, the Rittenhouse judge. He's presiding over this.
And you have Wisco in the chat, so she knows him.
Yep, and she'll be here in and out if she gets time. But generally, in a nutshell, this is an ex-boyfriend is allegedly been stalking his ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend. He's super jealous, allegedly, wants to get back together. She doesn't want her or something. So he plants listening devices everywhere, a GPS in her car, peeps in her window, and then for some reason decides to kill the the new boyfriend. The ex-boyfriend tries to allegedly kills the new boyfriend with a blunt instrument, to where the prosecutor was describing it as like blood from the ceilings to the walls to the floors and all over the furniture. He said, other than a void where a small throw rug was missing, the house was coated. Every other livable space in the house was covered in blood. But the picture they showed looked like maybe someone had killed a cat in the living room. But there's no body, there's no murder weapon, there's no video evidence, there's no witnesses, of course. None of the cameras in the area caught the guys or his car anywhere on it. There's no fingerprints. His fingerprints aren't there. There's no his DNA isn't at the crime scene. The victim's DNA and blood isn't in his van. There is no evidence. Their main witness is a guy who's facing 10 to 30 years, I think, in prison for for violent crimes who agreed to testify because after 2 years of silence, for some reason, the defendant allegedly confessed to his cellie after 3.5 weeks together and told him all of the details, including how he stabbed the victim. When we know the victim was allegedly killed with a blunt instrument.
But
So,
maybe he had been stabbed. Maybe he had been stabbed also.
Could have been, but yeah, it's a shit show. It's really, really wild. And this witness, to me personally, this witness is off her rocker on heroin or something.
No, she seems totally sober. Are you kidding, Jeff? Come on.
And this is the sea of blood that the prosecutor was describing.
Yeah, so this is with the extra contrast, so we can see the extra bit of blood that's on the floor. But yeah, so this apparently is supposed to be the scene from The Shining with the blood coming out of the elevator and it just being everywhere.
Yeah. And the guy weighed what, 270 pounds or something? And one guy was supposed to have drug him through this crime scene, out into a van, put him in a van, and took him somewhere and disposed of him. There is just literally no evidence.
My favorite part is that this witness, who is supposed to be a witness for the prosecution, is excellent for the defense because apparently she's now testified to the fact that this guy had back problems. You know, he's a contractor, he does heavy lifting. Doesn't seem like it's very plausible that somebody with perpetual back pain and issues would be moving a body. I mean, maybe he cut him up right there in the living room in the spot that we didn't see in that photo, and there's blood all up. But I highly doubt it. I don't think that's what's happening here.
Maybe the cripple took some Midol or something. Did you think of that? It's
Maybe she shared some of whatever she's on with him.
I'm sorry, Chandler.
Easier.
Yeah, my humor can be a little dry sometimes.
I appreciate dry humor and dark humor, especially. So
Chandler's
bring it
Uber
on.
based as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's nice. It's nice meeting you for the first time.
Yeah, for those who
It's nice meeting you too. We're actually friends on Twitter. I don't know if you remember this, but you came on to one of my spaces once with Eric and Ian, and we were talking about Boozy a while back. So we are actually friends on Twitter. So
cool.
it's nice to meet you on the stream.
Yeah.
Chandler is an LA paralegal. She has just started studying for the LSAT for some unknown reason.
Monday.
Why?
I have no other choice. It's my destiny to become an attorney.
You know what? That was my mistake also. That was my mistake. Is that ever since I was 5 years old, I thought I was supposed to be an attorney. Like that's just like I was.
Me too.
In fact, on the Griggs-Meyer thing, it's even to this day on the Griggs-Meyer, I took the thing and they said my personality is aggressive debater.
Yeah. Same.
It's ENTP-A, and I was like, "Are you kidding?
Wasn't aggressive baiter?"
I'm a master debater.
But
I just
so
want
everybody go to Twitter. Yeah, go ahead. You can
comment here about. First of all, I want to thank you for all the times you joined me on stream, and I was going to compliment Aussie and tell him this new haircut of his. He looks badass. I don't. He disappeared. I guess it's less gay this way.
And I like the goatee. His wife doesn't like the goatee, but I told him to just let it grow out till it's not scratchy anymore and it gets nice and soft. Then she'll like it.
I think he looks really badass. But
I do too.
yeah. But I want to thank you. You really contributed a lot when you came on. He totally missed it. He's like, so
you're being complimented, Hayden.
Yeah, Aiden.
Sorry, the wife.
Aiden.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, brother. No, I was saying how your new hairstyle and everything. You look really badass.
Cheers. It's also the upgrade. So the weird thing was, so I used to stream off my laptop. I bit the bullet, went out, got a half decent computer over Christmas.
Oh, I miss
Schroeder.
I miss Schroeder.
It's just made such a huge difference, honestly.
Man, I am waxing sentimental just seeing him on screen.
Oh, she's growing marijuana in her house. Nice.
So, from the state's perspective, this only becomes relevant under a line of questioning where Christine Remsburg is asked during this relationship, have you noticed anything suspicious during these time periods? Is there anything that was out of the ordinary or something that that?
Oh, fantastic! They fixed the audio.
So at this point,
they did.
A very valid argument from the defense would be
Natalie Wisco said that she emailed the
relationship with
court
him,
clerk and told them
knows
about
him
the
well,
audio. She has
spends 4 or
powers.
5 nights a week with him.
Go Natalie.
Thank you, Natalie. We owe you one.
Reported witness that based on what she knows about him, that there is nothing alarming or suspicious in his conduct that she is observing of. So her quality as an observer certainly now is an issue. And here's my offer of proof to the court, so the court knows where I'm at. She accompanied the defendant to a court hearing on a South Dakota drug case that the defendant had pending during this case. It's a
Judge, sorry to interrupt. No, this is not, it's more of a technical thing. Just because we might be discussing other witnesses' testimony, things of that sort.
it's another witness,
Ms.
right?
Remsburg's in the courtroom. I would just ask for purposes of this discussion that she not be present due to the exclusion order.
I agree with that. I think it's probably best that she not hear the discussion. Yeah. I think that's
Okay, so they were talking about another witness. Yeah, she looks high as
So as to whether
fuck.
it was an exclusion order. but,
Oh,
that's
look at this
fine.
chick.
She doesn't even realize that she's supposed to be leaving the courtroom. She's just standing there.
Well, I guess maybe once.
Well, when she comes back, you'll see.
Amazing.
All right, real quickly, I'm tired of people bashing MW for drug problems. I've never seen anything like East-West Coast cities with open-air drug use. Midwest is good.
Should I finish?
Oh.
Okay. So.
Oh, I know Barbara, right?
I'm aware that Ms. Remsburg actually accompanied the defendant to the South Dakota, to a hearing, a substantive hearing on that drug case in South Dakota. The allegation in that South Dakota case, which the defendant, I believe, had pled to and was pending sentencing when this case occurred, when our case occurs, Judge, is for more than 10 pounds of marijuana. So she's aware that it's a significant case. You know, it's
impressive.
Not the end of the world, but a significant case. So she's present for that, and then while that proceeding is going on, while those court proceedings are not concluded, there is significant evidence of a substantial marijuana grow at this location. So not only is there the potting soil with marijuana accoutrements that the court saw in terms of the bags that were there.
No, don't you start that. That was excluded.
About 2 pounds of marijuana at the defendant's residence, an operation where there's a process by which you either liquefy or tar the marijuana. This is one of the ways marijuana is produced and sold to individuals. That operation, there's a significant evidence of. There's an entire a box or container of labeled seeds, which are marijuana seeds. They have their own sort of handwritten labels of the different categories or types or brands or, I guess, strains of marijuana that are in there. Olivia, the 12-year-old daughter in this case, is able to identify the exact number of plants that were being grown and describe in detail that operation. So I only give you that as an offer proof because I believe Ms. Remsburg would testify she's unaware. I'm not saying that I would bring up all those details. I'm simply indicating I believe she would say I'm unaware that that this is occurring, that there is a marijuana grow occurring. And from my perspective, that piece of evidence indicates to a jury whether she is a credible witness, not about lying, but about her degree of actual knowledge about the activities of the defendant that he doesn't wish to share with her. So the most positive side of his nature. And so, again, it's only relevant because the defense has asked her a series of questions, how close they are, and then nothing suspicious. You saw nothing.
Well, it's a jury trial, but the jury's been here about 30% of the time.
Whether she is a accurate or clued in observer to his activities, I think is directly relevant.
Thank you, Judge. Last time I checked, there's not a single count before this jury.
Oh, the
for
witness doesn't know the
possession of
district
marijuana,
attorney gets back
possession
pain.
with
She knows her
intent,
ex-boyfriend had back pain.
manufacture, not a charged offense. It is a charged offense for the exact 2 pounds of marijuana and grow operation in 20 CF 151 in Ozaukee County. That's still a filed only status case. Given that this, there are no charges in this case pertaining to drugs or marijuana,
Why should I look of surprise the whole
Any
time?
evidence that the state's attempting to elicit for that is, one, not relevant, but more importantly, falls under the curtails of a prior bad acts motion or another acts motion. That if the state wanted to get into information that is charged information in an open case that's not relevant to the charges here, but they wanted to use it for some purpose, then that motion should have been brought. When asking about suspicious activity, it was about why we are here, not about drug growths or anything like that. And even if the state wanted to try to use that to try to impeach or bolster a position, they still can't use other acts evidence to do that. There's proper evidentiary channels that the state has to go through in order to admit that type of evidence.
This is what we saw happen to
Mr.
Murdoch.
Anderson,
Let's
and they
try
failed
and
to
indict
do
him
that.
on murder for some other crimes that
And
he's done.
throughout this trial so far, there's been multiple references or attempts of references to this grow operation, the marijuana fertilizer
which
that
got
was attempted
ignored and excluded yesterday afternoon.
Through Detective Anschutz. But now to be going into whether she was aware of Mr. Anderson's dealings with marijuana is wholly irrelevant, and it's not, it cannot come in as it's other acts evidence that has not been decided on.
Well, it doesn't appear to me that it is being offered to prove what you just said, that is any activities of the defendant with respect to marijuana. And that's actually the target of the rule. The other crimes, wrongs, and acts rule is actually a rule against showing other behavior of the accused or any other person, but to show that he acted in conformity with a character trait or something. He's not even close to trying to do that. He suggests the reason he is doing it is to demonstrate that Ms. Rumsberg is either does not have the wealth of knowledge that was
Nobody in this
suggested
case has any wealth of knowledge.
or
I don't know. Defense counsel seems to be pretty knowledgeable, but she's about the only one.
it could also fall upon her believability.
I've really enjoyed her so far.
And that is a little bit more circuitous route.
I just enjoy watching her shut down the DA when he tries to interrupt her while she's talking.
Because of the well, it's, as you correctly said, it's an extrinsic matter. So I don't want to touch that too much, other than to suggest that from what the jury's already heard, there's reason to believe that there were opportunities for her to have seen things that were, what was your word on your examination? Suspicious?
Correct.
Yeah, that would be suspicious now. Maybe not suspicious with respect to the case involving Mr. Gutierrez, but it would be suspicious. I walked in here one day and there's a big jar of marijuana seeds. I'd be suspicious.
I'd be picking it up.
So I don't see it. I definitely do not see this as evidence of other crimes, wrongs, and acts, and definitely not being offered to prove any character trait of the defendant.
If I could be further heard. So the defense would disagree in that, sure, the state, then why even ask the question if it's not relevant or going to some point that the state's trying to go to? But under 90403, the defense would maintain the position that even if the court would find that this isn't other acts and that it can go to her credibility, that introducing this type of evidence would be prejudicial to Mr. Anderson.
Well, that's an issue as to whether or not I need to give a curative instruction.
Cure it.
But
whether you can cure it. The question is whether you can it really be cured.
when so many states are altering their laws, and the governor wants to hear. It doesn't bear
The drug
social
usage is
spin
pot?
that it once did.
Or is it harder stuff?
Is drug use as far as we're aware?
So
If he did any, actually, Zenith, can you clarify for us?
Because he's
His family in the chat.
What Schroeder seems to be responding
risk of
is
paint is so
it's
great.
not really that
But
prejudicial because so
I
many people
definitely don't
do
think
it
it's being-
and it's being legalized.
we
That
can lose
implies
sight sometimes
if he's just using pot,
what the
is a jury
real
really
purpose
gonna
of the
like
rules
punish him
of evidence are.
and think
And this
badly of him
particular
for being a pot
rule,
user?
what
For
it
having a
is,
farm and
uh,
over 10
the
pounds of it.
avoidance
Okay.
introducing
He's like, but he's like,
evidence
it's even being legalized. It's been legalized, you know,
is,
here in the Northeast, in New
reprobate
Jersey, New York.
as a
It's
character
legalized,
trait,
Colorado, so many states.
This is
that-
the reefer madness argument. You smoke weed, you're gonna kill
that
somebody. Probably your ex-girlfriend's
that,
new boyfriend.
No, but no.
acting
So what
conformity
he's
with
saying is
That's not
a
even
juror
close
is
to what the
unlikely
state
to
is
believe in reefer
attempting
madness
to do
because
thus
it's being
far.
legalized so
To the
so
extent that
widely.
they would,
And it's a fair point.
I
It's a fair
can assure
point.
you that,
As opposed to
there'd be
meth,
extensive discussion.
which I think
discussion
they
as to
would
whether
hold.
I
They
should
may hold that
let it
against
in.
him.
And those enumerated exceptions are directly relevant to the thrust of the rule, not to whether there's some casual reference to marijuana that is prohibited by law.
It is marijuana.
Being available for easy sight.
So just because Wisconsin may still have it as illegal
So a
doesn't mean
couple
that
things, Judge.
Wisconsinites
First,
are gonna be prejudiced against
this
him
is an
for
attempt,
smoking marijuana.
how I view it,
The way
is this is
they
an
would
attempt from the
if they knew he
state
was a thief.
to continuously use Mr. Anderson's alleged marijuana dealings. This is not the first time the state's brought it up. He's going to bring it up again. The state just admitted to you that he intends on doing it with Olivia Anderson.
Yes, this, and I commented the other day, several times I commented. I don't have 1%
Judge Schroeder is
now
basically
people
saying,
say
"Hey, I
the
toke,
other
everyone
candidate
tokes."
don't. Are you suggesting that at some point the state is going to
Love your flaw on that wall.
Can you imagine?
As motivational in respect to
Can you
this?
imagine hitting a bag with Judge Schroeder? That'd probably be
I
so
think
cool.
what they're attempting to do is to introduce this so that the jury itself can make an inference about people who deal with drugs. And although, sure, this state, are we on a different trend towards the legalization of marijuana? Sure, it's still illegal. And there still are a lot of people
She's making a
who
good
have
argument.
very strong feelings
His response
about
makes sense,
people
too.
who manufacture THC
really
products
interesting
and deliver marijuana. Not to mention, given that we're not here on a drug case and there was no other acts case, we did not voir dire on this issue. So I don't know if an individual on our jury has a bias
That's a great
towards
point.
drug dealers.
That's a great point.
She's very reasonable, and so is Schroeder. It's refreshing after Murdoch, definitely.
Yeah, yeah. This is
It's
about
almost like he knows what to do.
This is about fairness. This
I'm going to look at this case differently if there's some suggestion that the defendant was involved in this incident, if he was involved. I'm talking now about what the district attorney is thinking rather than what I'm thinking. But if there's a suggestion that the state is trying to prove that
Lux,
the
Dan,
conduct,
go.
attributed to the accused in this case was motivated by something to do with drug trafficking or manufacture or sale, that would make a big difference. Although it would also make it more likely the evidence.
because it makes it more probative.
Yeah.
But in the absence of that, then I think it's a casual matter, which in terms of the.
It really is refreshing seeing a judge
404, and
fixate
I don't think it's
rules of evidence and fairness and prejudicially versus probative.
I needed this.
And
I
actually
think-
providing solid sound reasoning for it as well.
Yeah.
He's given the say something else,
I'm going to
district
stand
attorney.
by the
Oh.
point of that it is prejudicial, especially
Mm-hmm.
since I didn't voir dire on the issue, since we were given no notice that the state would be going into these types of
Well,
other
did the
acts.
state
And
knowledge that the witness
because one of the,
did they have knowledge that the witness was going to testify as she did?
yes, she's testified
That's about
consistently.
suspicious. You
But
opened the door.
But when you opening the door, when we have a case where you're in a case where you know what the charges are and what the evidence is, when I'm asking about whether something's suspicious, the reference was to this particular matter, why she had been investigated. She was never investigated about Mr. Anderson's alleged drug dealings. She was investigated dealing with the suspicions of Mr. Anderson's dealings with Mr. Gutierrez. And I not once asked outside of a curtail of other suspicious activity that didn't have to deal with this case, nor did the answer elicit anything that didn't have to deal with this particular case. Back to my issue about the jury and not knowing certain biases, if I knew the state was going to be introducing evidence or attempting to introduce evidence to paint my client as a drug dealer, I would have questioned the jury on who here thinks that drug dealers kill people. Because there's a lot of people that have that thought.
So that argument's been repeated a couple times to the court. So the court's heard that now. That's the third time I've heard that repeated. So I want to make a record of just sort of where I believe the revisionist history is being declared to the court. So the first time, first of all, no opening part of any statement indicated anything about marijuana or the substantial evidence that during the search warrant found of a large quantity of marijuana or the search warrant. The first time this came up was when defense cross-examining Detective Anschutz asked him whether they believed his primary source of income was as a contractor. If the court remembers, I indicated that I wanted a sidebar. Does the court recall this?
Right.
I asked that I wanted a sidebar because it was important to me that door not be opened unless counsel really wished that to be done, because I'm aware that the defendant is alleged by his daughter and that the search warrant appears to confirm the basic facts that he was growing 72 marijuana plants. I'm also aware that 72 marijuana plants, when I did drug cases a few years ago, is $72,000 of tax-free money.
Do you know he wasn't paying taxes?
There's no way his primary income or his income, when that is the type of operation we're talking about, is as a contractor. Rather than have the detective who was at the search warrant potentially answer that question truthfully, which is, well, no, I think his primary source of income is this, I tried to head that off. Now, counsel changed the question.
Yeah, you also tried to insinuate that the bags were full of weed. The trash bags out the side of the house.
Part of what this defendant does.
Because he's trying to say he's not really a contractor, so you can't
that
tell
was
me.
me trying to be cautious. The second time I brought this up, Your Honor, was again on cross-examination of.
See, also, just because you're a trafficker or a dealer doesn't mean you're using it.
I think there are maybe a dozen bags there.
If it's still crime,
Detective Anschutz was asked, did somebody go through this?
Still
As if
thing.
this is an
Don't use your own
inadequate
stash. You know.
investigation, as the court
See,
has
annoyingly,
talked
someone
about
yesterday
several times.
joked about whether or not we
Those
were going
bags are the potting soil and the remains of, from the state's perspective, the 72 marijuana plants that his daughter says
It's on a tree farm, you idiot. Prove it's not part of the tree
why
farm.
that
was.
potting soil, I mean, it's consistent in terms of what a grow operation would look like. So the true answer
The marijuana
is
farm was
no, we
allegedly
didn't
like
spend a
right
lot
in
of
the middle
time
of
in
a
those
family
bags
tree
because
farm.
Those bags are X, Y, and Z.
I actually think someone is less likely to commit a
would've been
crime
true
while they're on
answer, and that was
marijuana
the
than
first
when they're
time the door
off.
was open. Now the court's already
Probably
heard my
true.
argument about why Miss Rensburg is not a
Unless eating
is
multiple
not
bags
a,
of Funyuns and drinking
is
Mr.
not
Pibb is a crime.
valid or
yeah, that's
appropriate reporter of whether there are suspicious circumstances.
I've seen people do weird things when they got the munchies.
Even though I was at a court appearance of his and knew that he had a marijuana case that everybody was concerned about, I had no idea that he had a marijuana grow operation while I'm seeing him 4 or 5 nights a week. That's not the degree of knowledge where a jury should feel like it's reliable to say, well, she didn't see anything suspicious, therefore we should adopt that in any way. And that's the current state of the cross. So, I think the court's made its ruling. I don't want us to continue to repeat arguments, but I did want the court to know, I feel we've had a number of circumstances that they opened the door already.
Is this Binger's replacement?
No, this is
Not
the district
repeating
attorney.
my
This is
arguments.
Binger's boss.
Making a legitimate full record.
Fluffer boys.
Very different.
Supervisor.
Yeah,
As far as
Fluffer Boy
the testimony
2004.
that's come in, Ms. Remsburg stated that they hung out 4 to 5 nights a week at her house, not his house. That really, as the state nicely pointed out, the only time she really spent there was a couple of days around this time. That the majority of the time, she's not there.
Fair.
So additionally, if he's trying to say that she's aware of his South Dakota marijuana case, and then she's aware of the fact of what his dealings are with marijuana. So if someone's already aware of that, it's not going to be suspicious. If the state wants to go down this line of questioning, it
depends on what the witness understood.
That's a good point, Winter Saley.
Sure.
I meant more like breaking into a 7-Eleven for ice cream, but anyway.
Opportunity to question or more. But as Mr. Gravely has so eloquently stated, I've already ruled. I don't see this as objectionable.
A little bit of a burn.
You're objecting, it's overruled.
well, I then ask that there be limits placed, because I want there to be a record that if Attorney Gravely goes into this in any other sort of situation, that there are going to be firm objections coming from this table, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think we'll get there when we get there. What?
I said, I'm not going to squelch you. She can make her objections.
Sure. Yeah, I think we'll get there when we get there. I intend at this point, if she says I had no knowledge of it, then I think I have to show that this existed, so that, it's not a fantasy. Maybe they want to skip to the circumstances I've talked about. Maybe they want to say, yeah, he grew, but it's not real unless, it doesn't mean anything to a jury unless after she's questioned, if she says I knew nothing about it, well, then I have to do something substantive to at least say that, what's in the bags that you've pointed out. And I don't think, certainly doesn't need to be extensive. And I understand I can't make character arguments about it. I have to stick to where the door's been open. So I will get there when we get there.
To that point, that he still needs to lay a foundation. Did you ever go in the basement of Mr. Anderson's home? That hasn't been testified to.
I'm not going to pre-screen what may or may not happen. If you feel his presentation is efficient, then you can enter an objection, as you've indicated you will, and then I'll rule on that. But at this point, I've overruled your objection, and if you like, I'll give the jury a short instruction now that they've heard some mention of growing marijuana, and that's to be that's not relevant to this case. I don't want to say that. He's not charged with that. He's not on trial for that, and it's not something that ought to be considered in terms of
He's guilty for murder.
any wrongfulness of that behavior.
I think what I will do is not ask for that instruction at this point, Judge, because it may just call more attention to the issue.
Trust and affect it.
What I may do is ask for cautionary instruction 274, other conduct at the end of the case, which I think would address this issue. So that would be the defense's position on that.
And fine, and the only thing I'm going to say on that, I probably will, when you get the preliminaries, it'll probably be in there, but if it's not, you better object.
To the 274.
Request is
requested.
Yeah, just requested.
Understood.
Okay, anything else? All right.
And he calls up the jury. All right, now, my God, you guys have a lot to say. I hate to tell you guys to hang on just a second. We got to burn through a ton of chats again.
Which comes
Bad Weather Biker, the defense attorney looks like dollar store fair and balanced. Oh, be nice. Wait, weed is bad, says Flux. What about Brian Grinder? Wow. A nice Brian Grinder blast. Weed is still illegal in Wisconsin, but legal in all the surrounding states, says Unhung Hero. Farrell Drake, don't forget we are right next to Illinois border where it's legal. And McGee, I think I just spotted the albino from the Princess Bride's Pit of Despair sitting in the gallery. No, I'm sorry to correct you, but that's David St. Hubbins from Spinal Tap gone to seed. Legendary Racing, why do they keep showing the lady in the gallery in her oversized earbuds, and why are they wearing them? Because according to Natalie Wisco, this is a huge courtroom, and you can have trouble hearing. That's just audio enhancement devices.
I've done some typing this morning. But...
Illegal Vices, my name is Brandon. Jeff is a sober Sally who hates whiskey, eggs, vodka, milk, and has never owned a weed farm. True that I've never owned a weed farm. Oh, hey, what's up, Captain? Checking into this case for the first time. How deep is the rabbit hole? Extremely deep. Maybe I should step away and do something productive. No. Murdoch was a time suck. This is a great trial. This has all sorts of levels of insanity about it. And did you take her for a golf course ride to inspect the grow? Vince Clortho, I'm tired of people. We already did that one, didn't we? Sorry, we already did that one. Is there a rule against intoxicated testimony? Yeah, you shouldn't be high off your ass. And I just deleted someone's super chat. God dang it! I'll have to go back and see what I did. East cities don't have people using drugs in the open. Thank you very much. The crack addicts go behind the dumpster first.
No, not at his residence.
Shoot.
No.
Into the mic, Elaine.
You've been to South Dakota with the defendant in the months before May of 2000.
What do you think, Joe? Is she sober?
Hold on, let me finish. As he was going through court appearances on a marijuana case.
Wait till she opens her mouth.
Yes, I was there for one of his court cases to be there for support.
Okay.
Oh,
and
God.
To your knowledge,
Right.
had that case concluded by May 19th, 2020, or was it still going?
It was still going. He had another court date, and then he got arrested. For
She
this.
totally got like $800
Knowing
from
that
Let's Go
case was
Brandon.
pending, in a relationship with the defendant, as you have described, you have no knowledge of a grow of marijuana at the defendant's home during the same time period as that court case and as the rest of this.
No.
Funny thing is, arguably, she's provided better evidence than the cop from yesterday.
For the defense.
Yeah.
I have no other questions for Ms. Remsburg. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh, this should be good.
If the other one's Dollar Store Farron, this one is Dollar Store Angelina.
Oh dear. Maybe we can squeeze in one more mega super chat here. Oh, shit.
I did
Yeah,
steal
she's-
his money. I feel so bad. I didn't steal it. He sent me a really big Venmo yesterday that I didn't see.
Wow. Oliver Walda said, sorry, this is off topic, but I'd love to see you talk about the SS Islander wreck. We can do that. Why not? My dad won the case for his client. Seriously? Oh, cool. I have lots of inside information about it. Please email me what you've got to thelegalvices@gmail.com. And I know I wasn't going to drink anything tonight harder than wine, but hey, rules are rules. Oh, she's leaving the court again?
I think she's done with the testimony. I don't think they bothered with the redirect.
All right.
Sounds like the chick outside the liquor store asking what you're doing while the crackhead boyfriend is watching. Lovely.
Illegal Vices. My name is Brandon. There we go. That's an appropriate name for trial chat. Go to the F It Friday stream and load up those last 2 fight milks so we can watch Jeff puke. Megapint. Yeah. I just throw out this idea that because Camelot's going to be on, that I would do $200 fight milk chats, which apparently is just 2 eggs, vodka, and milk. And Brandon's helped himself to 5 of those.
Two? Wait, what is one more time?
How are you going to afford the eggs?
$200 a shot for 2 eggs. This is an 8-ounce glass. 2 eggs, 3 ounces of vodka, and milk.
Huh.
2 raw eggs.
Which is an always sunny recipe.
What's that called?
Fight milk.
Fight milk?
Nothing but the truth. So if you got
4 bodyguards by bodyguards.
Yep.
You guys don't watch Always Sunny? I'm surprised.
I have. I've watched it a lot. Actually, I'm a huge fan. I think it's brilliant.
It is
Wild
brilliant.
Red says, my witness is bad. I want her gone.
Last name for the record.
Eric Widener, Weidner.
And officer, how are you employed?
Kenosha Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
Over 23 years.
And did you work
You
last
should
night?
know better than to look like that on the
Are you a
stand.
third shift officer?
I am.
So what time did you get off work?
6:30 today.
And have you had any substantial amount of sleep since then?
No.
Okay. Officer Widener, what are your current duties? So in the capacity you're now employed, what do you do?
I'm a third shift patrol officer and also the senior evidence technician for the police department.
And does that mean that at times at crime scenes, you are the person who's detailed with both documenting and then collecting evidence?
Yes.
Does that include evidence at scenes where blood is located?
Yes.
How long have you done that in your career where you have been an evidence collection tech?
My first class for when I got certified into it was 2002, so 21 years.
And within the Kenosha Police Department, are you the most experienced of the evidence techs at this time?
Yes.
How many scenes do you believe that you have been at and had to make decisions about collecting evidence and then did collect evidence at in your career?
Hundreds.
Back on the time period of May 19th, 2020, were you dispatched to a location at 3709 15th Street, Apartment 1B?
Yes, I was called in by the Detective Bureau.
And that's
Your
not your
name's
shift,
having fun
right?
with that.
That's okay. And so about what time do you believe you arrived there?
It was noon, something like that, noon.
And again, were you called in off shift because of your experience and capacity as an evidence collection tech?
Yes.
Okay. While you were at that scene, did you observe things that caused you enough concern that you felt, okay, I do have a role here and I am going to be collecting some evidence?
Yes.
So in general wide terms, if you don't have to be specific to all the different areas, but in general wide terms, what was the situation you saw at Apartment 1B when you got there?
There's a significant amount of blood evidence inside the apartment.
And was that located in one isolated area or was it in several locations?
Several locations within the apartment.
Now, was there anyone else there at that apartment who was also involved in evidence collection with you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Officer Van Wee.
And did you divide up duties in some fashion that the jury should be aware of?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the division of labor?
He was documenting the blood stains and I was collecting samples of the blood, possible blood stains.
And so pursuant to that, are you the individual who then specifically took samples of the blood stains you felt were at least of immediate relevance?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you have any estimate at the number of individual like droplets or specks or however, how do you want to describe, what's the terminology you would use for each individual's place of blood evidence?
I would say blood spatter or blood droplets is pretty much what we're finding.
All right. Did you take account of all the blood droplets? In other words, did you take a total number?
No.
Okay. Would that number have been possibly in the thousands? Had you, yes?
Yes,
Okay.
easily.
At this scene?
Yes.
Okay. And so as an evidence tech with the experience that you've described since 2002, how do you make a decision about which of those thousands of possible samples to then take a sample to then take more evidence from other than just photos or observation?
Well, it depends on what I'm looking at. So I divvy up into different walls or different sections of the carpet or the flooring. And then I would take different samples of that.
And are you making a decision believing that you would ever collect all thousands of those samples individually?
No, we would never collect that many.
Okay. And why are you collecting these? So like, and I'm not saying you know all the details, but you're collecting them for what to happen next in general?
In general, we will collect them and then we'll send them to the crime lab, state of Wisconsin crime lab, where they'll analyze it.
So you yourself don't do any testing of them?
No.
Okay. Now, mechanically, is there a different process for if you're just trying to collect DNA than if you're trying to specifically collect something where you suspect it's blood? So in other words, if you see no blood, Are you doing anything differently than if it's something where you say, I have an opinion that's blood?
DNA, you mean touch DNA?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we would do a different process.
Okay, so first tell me on touch DNA, if you see that, you would only do that, I assume, if you see no obvious evidence of blood. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Just very briefly, layman's terms, what does that process look like? What are you doing?
As a door handle, we'll say, as an example, with no blood on it, I know the suspect may have touched it. I want to collect the DNA samples from his molecules that are on the skin samples that are on the doorknob.
But they
I'll
didn't.
take 2 swabs, sterile water, and I'll wet one of the swab tips. Then I'll wipe it around the handle to try and collect that DNA off the handle. And then it's still a little bit damp from the swab. Then I'll take the dry swab and I'll wipe that. It's called a wet dry method.
So he's like a police
And then I'll
bidet.
package
He's like
them
a
for,
crime scene bidet.
processing.
And on this particular scene, you had no idea if anyone who had touched a door or any other surface was wearing gloves. Is that correct? You don't know that in this scene, do you?
I have no idea.
Okay. Is the method you just described, the touch DNA method, would you expect in your training and experience that would have any results that would be have any results if a person was wearing gloves of some kind when they touch the surface?
Most likely it wouldn't pick up his DNA if he had gloves on.
Okay. So you mentioned how you do touch DNA. So what do you do if you see a surface where you think, I think there's a good chance or some chance there's blood there? What's different about your process?
So same kind of swab. It's a sterile swab. We open it up, and if it's blood and it's wet blood, we just dip it into the blood, let it soak up the end of the swab, and then we package that.
So if it's still damp blood versus dry blood, is there a different method or is it exactly the same method?
It's a different method. For that method, we'd have to use the sterile water again and damp the tip of the swab and then work it inside the stain that I'm trying to collect, and eventually we'll collect it. It'll get it wet enough, it'll collect onto the end of the swab.
Oh, I love it when he talks dirty like that.
Were there a number of surfaces where you sought to collect what might be blood evidence at this scene that we've spoken about thus far?
Yes.
And would you characterize them all as either wet or dry?
I don't like
depending on what
I don't like the sitting attorney.
Yeah.
Really?
No, we commented on that yesterday.
So your method would have
Seems
altered
a bit
in that slight
disrespectful.
way you mentioned.
They
Is that
had
right?
a podium at the start specifically
and,
because
did you
we know that
attempt
because
to
the
take
defendant picked up the mic and
samples
dropped it in
from
front
the
of
locations you felt were
in front of him because he wasn't talking into one. So we know that there's one there. We just don't know why it's not
what
being
might
used.
have happened at the scene.
Yes.
And did you prioritize those things you felt were most important?
Yeah, systematically we went through and determined what we needed to collect.
So, and did you then ultimately document what items that you yourself took swabs from?
Yes.
So, is one of the places you took a swab from the top of the dinette table?
Yes.
And in general, do you remember where that was located in the residence in general?
Yes, it's next to the kitchen by the hallway leading to the bathroom and the bedroom.
No, just
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 78. Good news, we're not opening any of these, okay? I'm just going to show you from the labels and from this whether you can talk about it, okay? So Exhibit 78, I'm going to show that to you briefly and ask you if, based on the documentation on there, you can see that that is from the dinette table and is something you yourself collected.
Yes, this is my seal, my initials and date on it, and also the label that we put on it. This is something I collected.
Okay, and it's the apartment we talked about, and it's in that process we talked about, correct?
Correct.
Was that a place where you believed there was blood, or at least a high possibility of blood?
There appeared to be blood stains on top of the table, yes.
And that's what you were focused on, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also collect in the center of the living room in a large blood stain saturated carpet. Did you
Yes.
also collect there?
Yes.
All right, and then, so I'm going to show you exhibit number 79, counsel, and ask you if if 79 is again something you can confirm for the jury is a place where you did the same swabbing process you talked about, and then documented and stored.
Yes, this is, again, my initials, my date on it, and also the sticker I put on it, labeling it as saturated blood area.
And in general, can you orient us where that was? So where is this large blood stain at the center of the living room?
There's a large amount of blood and the carpet, the main carpet of the living room between the TV and the sofa.
Then I'm going to now show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 82, asking, were there multiple locations on the living room ceiling that you took swabs?
Yes.
And why did you not just take one location in the living room ceiling? Why did you, in fact, if I count correctly, why did you take 5 locations in the living room ceiling at different spots?
The ceiling had blood stains on it, and it looked like it was from different events or different times it was put up on the ceiling based on the directionality that we were looking at with the blood stain. So I tried to take samples of each of the events that we noticed.
When you say event, is that some object striking blood causing it to fly? Is that what you're speaking about by an event?
Yes, the way it was put up onto the ceiling, possibly without knowing what actually happened during this event, it appeared to be either cast off or forcible blood being put onto that surface.
Okay, so at the 5 separate locations that are living room ceilings, you felt it was different than the other 4 in each one of those, and so significant to put it in to look at that space. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so again, back to Exhibit 82 then, is this one of the 5 locations on the living room ceiling that you took the swab and preserved it?
Yes, this is one of the swabs that we took from the ceiling with my initials and date on it.
So again, all told, you took specific stains from 5 locations on the living room ceiling. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm so far behind on these chats. From an hour ago, Flux said it's no Kill Bill Crazy 88 scene. That's for sure. Right.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. I was thinking of, the way that Tarantino does that thing, similar to the Kung Fu movies he loved.
Did you take a sample from the exterior door frame?
Yes.
When you say exterior door, do you know if specifically are you speaking about the hallway door or the sliding door?
I'm talking about there's a shared hallway for the apartment building, and this is the door leading from the shared hallway into the apartment.
What did you observe on the frame that caused you to think a swab should be necessary and taken in that situation?
Again, possible blood stain evidence was on there.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 85 and ask you, is that a sample that was a swab from you on that exterior door frame into the hallway?
Yes, this is. It's labeled exterior door frame and also has my initials and date on it. So this is something I put into evidence collected.
Yeah, we've spoken about that exterior door. Was that a red door, by the way, if you recall?
It was painted red, yes.
Okay. And did you also see things that concerned you in the center of the exterior door?
Yes.
Okay. And again, was that possible blood?
Yes.
Did you swab at that location as well?
Yes.
This is now the part of the door that faces out in the hallway,
The
correct?
exterior part of the door, yes.
Okay. And it's in essentially around the center of the door?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. Is that a blood swab again, taken from the exterior door center by you and documented?
Yes, this is one of the things I put into evidence, showing the exterior door center area.
Use the same process?
Correct.
So see something that you felt was appropriate to swab in the exterior door on the north side of that door?
Yes.
And was that a separate item or separate area from your perspective than the center of the door that we've already talked about?
Yes.
And the door frame?
Correct.
Okay, but it's also still facing the hallway?
Yes.
Okay, and at that location, did you decide to do a separate swab?
I did.
Okay, and that's because you suspected it to be blood evidence?
I suspected it to be, yes.
And so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86 and ask you as to the exterior door on the north side, is that the swab that you collected and documented based on what you can read and see?
Yes, this is with my date, or my initials and my date, and also exterior north side of the door is the label. So it is something I did collect.
Now, I want to go to that same door, but now on the interior side of that door in the apartment, okay? Was there something regarding the doorknob that caused you to take note and feel it was appropriate to take further action?
Yes.
And what did you see there?
Possible bloodstain evidence.
On the knob itself?
Correct.
And that's on the interior side of that knob?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you take a swab at that location?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 80 and ask you, again, based on the way you document this, are you able to tell us that that's that interior doorknob and that is your packaging and documentation?
This is something I put into evidence and is labeled interior door with my initials and my the date on it. So yes, I did put in evidence.
And that is the packaging that you put into evidence?
Correct.
Now, I'm still on that interior door, the same door, but now at the center of the door, about 4.5 feet up vertically on that door. Did you see something there that caused you to take further note and believe further action was appropriate?
Yes.
What did you see there?
Some more bloodstain evidence, possible bloodstain.
And based on that, did you then swab that location?
I did.
Okay, again, that's interior door and it's about 4.5 feet up.
Yes.
Did you feel that it was at least worth the swab based on it possibly being a separate? Why was the door handle not enough if it's on the same door?
There's a lot of bloodstain evidence, so I wanted to make sure if there was 2 sources of blood, we got enough swabs for that determination when it comes to the crime lab.
And in that regard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 84 and ask you as to 84, is this the swab you took from the interior door center based on what you have described thus far and that you documented?
Yes, it's my initials and the date, and it's also the interior door center. I did collect it and package it.
Officer, at some point, did you also decide to take a swab from the interior patio door handle?
Yes.
And what were you seeing, if anything, there that caused you to think, okay, this patio door handle is also a place I should preserve the possibility of some evidence?
That was more for touch DNA, just to see if the suspect may have touched that door on the way out of the scene.
And so that's a touch DNA swab?
Correct.
No obvious blood present?
No.
And the collection, you've already testified that how you would have collected that, is that correct?
Correct.
This is Exhibit 81. Ask you to take a look at 81 and simply tell me whether that documentation confirms that that is that interior patio door swab that we talked about?
It is. It's labeled that way, and my initials and date are on this, and it is something that I collected and packaged.
At some point, did you focus on the living room floor and things you believed might be hair?
Yes,
Did you collect those?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96 and ask if 96 is something that you documented from the living room floor, noted you believed it to be hair, and packaged it in a fashion that's reflected in the exhibit.
It is something I collected and packaged, and it is labeled hair. With my
Finest
initials
couche in
and
the
date on
district.
it. I did collect it.
Were there multiple locations where you collected hair samples on the living room floor?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 97 and ask you as to 97, was this also a individual or separate item of hair that you picked up, packaged, and documented as you have described on so many of these other things?
It was separate from the last one. It's two different pieces of hair, appear to be hair, with the label, my initials and date on it, and I did collect it.
Was there also somewhere on the living room floor something that appeared to be a piece of wood that had possible blood and possible hair on it?
Yes.
And where was that located in general in the apartment?
It was next to between the sofa and the kitchen. When you come in the door, it's like a little entryway. I think you would call it entryway, and it was right there.
And in general, you said piece of wood. Did it appear to be a log, or did it appear, if you recall, do you remember any characteristics of the piece of wood?
It appeared to be like a construction wood. It wasn't like wood that you would get off a tree, like a tree branch. It was like a construction type pressed wood.
Okay, so an example of that would be a wooden baseball bat.
Little bit leading. He's a baseball coach.
Or a handle of an axe or a hammer or something like that, as long as it had a wooden handle.
Yes, it was something manufactured.
Okay.
I just wanted
and
to
did
make
you
a
collect
Twin
that as
Peaks
well?
reference.
Yeah.
And
My
you
log knows
believed
something
it might
about
have
this.
value because it had both blood and hair on it. At least that was your theory.
How are you old enough to know what Twin Peaks
It
is?
had both red
I have
substance on
diverse
it and
taste.
also hair, and
She knows lots
My
of
mom.
old stuff. She's pretty impressive about the old stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate
So I'm
that.
going to show you what's been marked
I
as
love
State's
Twin
Exhibit
Peaks. I'm a really big David Lynch fan,
The
so
item you have
that.
described to the jury is something you packaged in this particular
Did the log witness the
package,
murder?
and whether that is appears to be
That's what I
accurate
wanna
in
know.
terms of that particular exhibit is the processing of the item we just talked about.
Yes, my initials and date are on these, along with the label. I did collect it.
Did you also collect
Collect what? Illegal Vice. My
so
name
did
is
you also
Brandon.
collect a swab
Joe
from
stole
the
my
sofa
money.
middle seat of the couch?
I really did. I feel
And
so
what
terrible
was
about it.
significant about the
I owe him.
sofa,
I owe him 3
middle
double
seat
shots,
couch that you
and I
felt
only
was
saw it after
appropriate
my
to
stream
swab?
ended. And I'm like,
It had
"You
saturated
son of a
with
bitch."
possible blood on it.
Was that one of the largest poolings of blood at this scene?
It was a larger one for the couch, yes.
Okay. And so did you take a sample from within that pool?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 83. Exhibit 83.
Definitely not. Brandon says there's an easy way to rectify this, Joseph. 6 shots or
Swab
send
of
it
the
back.
Sample you took from the pool.
Wait, now I have to
blood
do
or
one.
pool
Damn it.
Suspected blood on that couch.
I'll give you the 6 shots. I
Six
can't-
shots is kind of a
Yes,
lot.
It's one of the
I can't do it
items I
today.
did collect from the middle of the couch cushion area.
I work at-
The date and my
I'll
initials
DM you
are
on
it,
Twitter
which
as
I
to
collected.
a time that works out.
Shabbat shalom, by the way.
Thank you.
During 1804 says East Coast cities don't have people using drugs in the open. Thank you very much.
Just need, have a
Crack
second.
addicts go behind the dumpster first. We already read that. Yeah, that's in response to Vince Clortho saying, "Hey, leave the Midwest alone. You left and righties are the degenerates." Definitely not Brandon. Now Susan maxed out the entire collective. Someone needs to pick up the ball on the last 2 fight milks since Jeff won't get PayPal. Have a growing operation doesn't make you a liar.
Or a
Yep.
murderer.
Unhung hero. Did he take her for a golf cart ride to inspect the grow? We read that one. I'm confused. Farrell Drake. The pros is the one that decided not to charge the cop in the Blake case. Yeah, good for that.
Oh.
Illegal vices again. Will you actually make a good faith effort to obtain a PayPal so I don't have to work 5 YouTube accounts to get you wasted?
Yes.
I can't use a PayPal here in Korea the way
Really?
my life
Just
is
walk
set
into
up.
the door is to the left.
I can send money, I just can't receive it.
What about Venmo
On the
or
other
something?
side of it is
Cash
opening
App?
for the dinette area.
Korean banking rules are really, really strict.
Was there
Mm.
something of concern from your perspective?
I wouldn't know from that.
What you would do next?
I know all too well.
I believe there's blood evidence on the kitchen counter too.
Brandon, feel free to send it to me and
You,
I'll put it in a trust
swab
form.
at that location.
Yes.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 88 and ask if this exhibit demonstrates or is the packaging and swab that you got from the.
So this is clearly evidence collection guy.
I'm sorry, kitchen counter. Did I say cabinet?
All these witnesses are a little out of it.
Kitchen counter.
Right.
Yes. This actually has Officer Van Wee's initials on it, so I believe he may have collected this one.
Oh, so you can't
Officer
testify to
Van
that,
Wee.
can you?
Is it something that that you can confirm is a collection from the kitchen cabinet?
Nope.
Oh, yes, definitely. It has a label on it for a kitchen counter.
But just because it's labeled doesn't mean it was.
His initials. Again, we were doing the scene together, so.
Mm. Definitely not. Brandon says, I'll call your attention to the fact that Joe admitted to stealing my money in front of 1,500 people and is a serial shot dodger.
No,
and
I'm not.
underpourer.
Definitely not.
Underpourer. That's
the
an
worst of
insult.
all crimes.
That is,
That's-
yeah,
That's
underpourer.
fighting
That's
words.
that's
defamation.
It is. It's libel right there.
That is the
That's
worst.
libel
Fighting
right
words.
there. And you
That is
repeating
the
it is
worst of
slander.
alcohol
Okay,
offenses.
you now publicize this. You just slandered me, Jeff, by reading it out loud.
Via super chat.
You published it.
Don't
Right.
kill the
Now I'm going to set
messenger.
up Joe as a beneficiary of the trust.
Republication of the slanderous statement. Libelous statement.
But after due diligence, I have a reason to believe it was correct. So
Hear that a phone had been recovered from the freezer at
Well,
the residence? Yes.
Truth
You had
is a
not found
defense.
the phone. You and
I haven't seen Joe pour, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
And
This is my standard operating glass. It's a
collect
double
or
shot
swap
glass, and I
evidence?
pour it all the way up to
did it
here. In
appear
fact,
there
I
was
actually
love?
measured by using this double shot glass.
And would
Did a
you
little scientific
have also
experiment by using
swabbed
this
other
double shot
areas of the
glass and
phone
pouring
that
it
didn't have
into it,
blood,
and I found that it
based
actually
on
only
your
came up to like
knowledge that people touch
here, and I
phones,
usually
use
pour like up
phones
to
in
here.
ways that
So
might be
I don't want to
promising.
hear no underpour.
Yes, it would be a touch DNA then.
Yeah, I
Take
find
more
that
stuff.
insulting. I don't believe it.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 90.
sure you are. And while he's doing that, Valhalla awaits member for 5 months of the Clean and Sober crew says Joe is definitely not giving money back to anybody ever.
That's true. I actually said to him at a certain point before he sent that money, I am not taking any more shots tonight. If you send me money, I am considering it a donation to my
Consistent
kids'
with the
tuition.
packaging and processing that we talked about.
Reasonable. Very reasonable.
As to Exhibit 91, I'm going to
So,
ask you, is this
but I'll
Is
still-
Joe drinking Jesus juice?
I will,
Jesus.
I will still catch up and make up for those 6 shots at some future point. Possibly Saturday night.
Yes, it would be the sides or the areas that did not have blood on them. We just did the swabbing for touch DNA on that.
So how do we know the guy's dead if they don't have a body?
They don't.
They don't.
We
Do
don't.
you
My
recall
running
an item,
theory is that he's
having
still
been,
alive
found
out there
in
somewhere.
your initial
That's what they do in
collection
closing.
of evidence, so I'm back on
We
May
don't.
9th.
He's not. You think he's
it was
dead,
on the,
and he's being prosecuted for
on the,
murder?
couch.
We found him. He's about to walk through that door in 10, 9, and you watch the door and turn all the jury
Did you
towards the
see a
door.
wallet or
And then when he
sort of
doesn't
credit
walk
card
through,
holder
say,
that was
"You
located
looked."
on the couch?
Reasonable doubt.
And did you take that,
I
was
like
that
that.
taken into evidence as part of this case?
Yep, there you go.
Yes.
There was a case in Chicago of a guy who like hit his head. He got amnesia and then he went and started a whole new life. And they found him and they found his fingerprints. It was the same guy. You know, he had no idea that, you know, what happened to him.
Just based on
Cool.
the packaging without opening it,
All right,
So
what's
it's
this next piece
it's
of
not
evidence?
unreasonable.
packaging and the labeling of that wallet.
Yes, it is.
The only proof of death I can think of is if they measured enough blood in that room that a human
There was not
body
enough blood in that
couldn't
room.
survive without. I mean, not that we've seen so far, at least. Have they stated definitively
Nope.
how much
No,
blood
they
there
haven't
really
specified
was?
exactly how much it is.
Because they said there was a ton of blood, and you saw that little photo. I mean, there, that was a close up, but there wasn't any blood anywhere else in that room. So I'm not seeing it. The guy the detective majorly overstated the amount of blood in that room, unless there's some other photo that makes it look like The Shining, which I'm not predicting. If I were on that jury, I would be like, "Come on."
Did he just say,
I
need a break?
Did he?
Sure.
Hot mic.
The DA's got to take a leak.
That's what happens when
No,
I
I think it might have been the defendant.
That could have been.
What would be your estimate?
He needs to
on how much
readjust his
time
man bun. It's a little
you,
tight.
Spent at this location collecting these items based on the divisional labor you two had. In general.
That's my Tuesday night perm stream. Next Tuesday, it's my perm stream. I should actually make it now. I should make the thing now.
Well, you still
I
can.
have nothing further on.
Is it perm next week?
Yeah.
I always forget.
Thank
I'm
you.
Jewish. I just forget all the holidays.
Monday night, Tuesday, and Monday night into Tuesday. So my stream is going to be Tuesday night. The perm.
Okay, so the whole purpose of this
Just
guy
introduced through you
was just to say
several-
what evidence was collected
a
from
lot
where.
of exhibits.
When I do a perm stream, I come into it drunk out of my mind.
I love it.
Really? We didn't notice that.
No, I'm saying it's not something that comes during the court. No, I'm walking in there after I've already been drinking my family.
So exhibit 91.
They still got to make up for all those shots. So maybe you can do some of them on camera.
Probably not. I'm gonna be so wasted by then.
Exhibit 90 was blood DNA from the phone, right? Or you're not going to remember?
There's a lot of them.
It's fine.
Yes.
You're not going to remember them all. I'll be more efficient.
Counsel, would it help if I just move to admit him into evidence and then you can just quote off him? Does that help?
No, it's not necessary. Thank you, though.
Shut up, District Attorney. I want to go through these one at a time. Don't need your help, old man.
Now, to whoever in the chat called this defense attorney dollar store fair and balanced, I strongly disagree. I really like this defense attorney. I think she's great.
What are you trying to say about Farron?
Play
I
nice,
don't know.
Chad.
I don't know anything about Farron.
I'm just saying you're contrasting on that basis.
All of these swabs that were taken.
I'm starting a
there's
cat fight.
only 2 swabs for touch DNA that were introduced. Exhibit 91, which was from the cell phone, which you just previously testified to, correct?
Correct.
And exhibit,
I think they're both lovely ladies.
which is the swab from the interior patio door.
Farron has always been good to me.
Correct.
We're not talking about that here.
Out of all of the samples that you took, you only swabbed 2 locations for touch DNA?
No.
Okay, what were the other ones you did?
There's a bottle of beer. I swabbed where the mouth would be on a bottle of beer where you put your lips on it. I swabbed that, and also a water bottle that was over by the TV.
And you also swabbed the for DNA for touch evidence, the main door lock too, correct?
I would have to look at my photographs for that. I'm not sure if there's blood on that lock or if it was touch DNA.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that was it.
Yes.
Yeah, she made a point in her opening statements of mentioning that the lights were off in the house, but they never processed the light switches in the house. The guy's wallet and credit cards were found in the back of the freezer, but they never processed the handles on the refrigerator or freezer. They never processed the credit cards.
Now, the cash and the credit cards were in the freezer. The wallet was on the couch.
Oh yeah, the wallet was on the couch. Yeah, They didn't process the credit cards in the freezer. They didn't process the handles. They didn't process the light switches.
Yes.
And for those of you wah-wahing in the chat about my last comment, I do enjoy making people feel a little awkward by asking them questions and reframing things a little bit. It wasn't anything personal against anyone mentioned. Everyone knows that Farron and I have always had a great history together, and I feel that she adds a lot to this community, and that's the end of this story. But it's a matter of just trying to. It was more a matter of poking Chandler by putting her on the spot than anything.
I love it. I appreciate it. I enjoy it.
Like a little Woody Woodpecker without really
I
trying to.
like your
cause
style,
harm.
Joe. I mean, you did great with Murdaugh.
Thank you.
I've been watching you for a while, and I
think
really
it's
like
fun.
your style.
I think it's fun to sort of like
What's this?
poke people into awkward ways, but I'm not trying to actually. I don't want anyone.
Oh, hey, I can handle it.
Hang on, there's like some exhibit here. Let's look at this.
That it's important to look at areas that the suspect might have touched, correct?
Correct.
And when you're analyzing areas that a suspect might have touched, it's important to look at any points of entry into a apartment, correct?
Correct.
So in this case, you did swab the main door for DNA evidence, correct? The front door.
Correct.
The interior and exterior.
Yes.
And you swabbed the patio door,
Yes.
the interior and exterior.
Correct.
In Exhibit 60, Defense Exhibit 60, you can see that there's a open window.
Yes.
And you spent several hours at this location, so you're aware that you can access that window from immediately right outside the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And so, did you swab the window?
This is in the bedroom?
Correct.
No, I did not swab the window.
And you agree that could be a point of entry?
Yes.
It could be, yes.
So, and it's important, like you said, to swab areas that could have been a point of entry, correct?
Yes.
So was this an oversight?
No.
So why did you not swab this then?
Window had absolutely no indicators or evidence of entry or forced entry. It was only open 3 inches. The screen was still attached to it. There's no scrapings on the screen that showed someone pried it open. To get a screen off from the outside, you would have to have pry marks most likely, because you take the screens off from the inside. And I saw absolutely nothing that would indicate that someone would have touched, made entry into that window in any way.
Well, the window's open, right?
It was open 3 inches.
But that would indicate someone opened it 3 inches
Point.
at least.
That's rude.
Well, based on no evidence on the outside showing forced entry, it looked like someone opened it for ventilation on the inside. That's why there's nothing done to that window.
But do you know who opened that window?
I don't know anything about this scene, ma'am. No, I don't know who opened the window.
You don't know anything about the scene.
When I came to that scene, I did not know who touched what.
Okay, so you have evidence in a crime scene that there's a window accessible to the outside that's been opened at some point.
Objection, this is repetitive and argumentative at this point.
What?
You have a
I
window
wasn't paying
that's been
attention.
opened at some point. You don't know by whom, and you chose not to swab that for touch DNA.
Objection, all of those points have already been covered. Asked and answered.
When you arrived on scene, were you in charge of determining the locations that you were going to test yourself, or did people direct you to certain things?
Between Officer Van Wee and I, we determined what needed to be swabbed.
Okay. So on May 28th, 2000, and I can take that off the Elmo. On May 28th, 2020, you had returned back to 3709 apartment 1B because of the cell phone and contents of the wallet that had been found in the freezer, correct?
Correct.
And you swabbed the cell phone for touch DNA.
Either I did or Officer Singh did, who was with me. He's also evidence technician.
So going back to why it's important to swab areas that you believed a suspect could have touched, did you swab the cards that were found in the freezer?
Cards, what do you mean?
There were other items located in the freezer other than the cell phone, correct?
Correct.
There were credit cards.
Correct.
There was a license.
Yes.
Okay. So did you swab any of those items?
No.
Why not?
I'd have to look at the pictures, but I believe they were in a wallet of some kind.
Okay.
Or they just loose. I'm not positive. I have to look at the pictures.
It was a money clip? It was some
Maybe.
sort of clip?
Maybe.
And
That's right. The phone
did
was
you
in the freezer
swab
too, and they
whatever
didn't swab
was
that.
holding the cards?
I don't believe so.
And that's something that the suspect could have touched, correct?
Could have.
This guy's giving pretty good answers. He's not getting defensive. He's not getting angry. He's not hemming and hawing.
Did you swab the freezer handle?
No.
That's something the suspect could have touched, correct?
This is multiple days after the crime scene has been processed, and I believe his mother was in there cleaning the kitchen, and she's the one that opened up the freezer and found it and called us. So she has already touched that. So now we're going
I
to
think this attorney
DNA
is
samples
intelligent
on it.
and a
It's not
fighter.
wiping away the DNA from whoever.
It seems a little
But she also admitted to touching the cell phone,
like she's
right?
developing her game a little
I
bit.
don't remember that.
So she has. I think she has great potential,
Yes.
but that doesn't mean that today
When
she's a
you
great
both-
attorney.
when
I
you
think she's
came
a
on
solid
scene,
attorney right
the
now.
cell phone and the
You know what I'm saying?
contents of the wallet were
She has
on
the
the
raw
counter,
materials
correct?
for what becomes a great attorney.
And Miss Patterson told you
I
that
think she needs more
put them there,
experience
correct?
a little bit, but she's good.
I can see
She's
that.
good.
All right, possibility, yes. I don't. It's not off the top of my head. I'm sorry. I can't remember how it got there.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of your report, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I think going toe to toe with this DA, she's handling herself very well, and that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, she's schooling him. She's making him look like an idiot. But of course, you have to think he's the one that trained Binger in Lunchbox, so
Yes. Yeah.
it's probably not very hard to do that for him. Legendary Racing says weed is illegal, but the judge giving free advertising to the local pub on his mug is the most Wisconsin thing not involving cheese or brats. And defense question to this cop, says Matt Roofer, did you put a number on the label indicating which ones you collected first? Get funged. Why didn't... that's what Dennis Fung did, yeah.
Did you contemporaneously fill out the those sheets? Did you put the date on them?
And Flux, is selling yourself for shots a form of prostitution?
Yes.
Asking for my friend Jeff. Hell yeah. I'm a whiskey whore.
To you that she touched the cell phone.
Yes.
I addressed that a little while ago.
She touched it, but you still swabbed the cell phone, right? For
Correct.
touch DNA.
Correct.
So someone touching something doesn't preclude you
I'll be there.
from still swabbing for touch DNA.
Argumentative based on my current understanding of the objection. Argumentative.
I really hope we see an appearance
You've
of
been an
Lunchbox.
evidence tech for many years, correct?
Correct.
In your
Lunchbox.
training, you're not precluded from swabbing for touch DNA because more than one individual might have touched an item, correct?
Depends on the surface area and what they were touching and how they were touching it.
But just in general, doesn't preclude you.
Irrelevant whether his training actually precludes him from testing an item after it's been touched prior for touch DNA.
This witness is, if I may, this witness's prior reasoning as to why he didn't swab a certain area in the apartment was because more than one person would have touched it. So I'm now going into that line of questioning to attack that answer.
The objection is overruled.
You can answer the question if you remember.
I don't remember, sorry.
It's okay. More than one person touching an item doesn't preclude you generally from taking swabs for touch DNA.
I think generally you're correct.
Okay. So in this case, you had the cell phone, which had been touched by more than one person, to your understanding, and you took the touch DNA swab, correct?
Objection, that's been asked and answered.
Okay, you pedantic sounding mother.
I'm going just back to where I was in the beginning, given the officer's answers.
Well, that would fit right into the objection that it's asked and answered if you're going back to where you were before.
All right, ladies and chat,
So
and
we're
men, if
not
that's what you do, this
confusing.
officer smash or pass an
you.
S or a P in the
Yes, I took
chat.
a swab of the phone.
Okay. And so
Chandler,
back to the freezer door
smash or
handle,
pass?
you could have taken a swab for touch DNA as well.
I have to think about it.
Correct?
Objection, it's been asked and answered. She's already asked him, could he have done it? He said he did not, and then he could have. He's already answered this.
He has nice cheekbones. Maybe smash.
You want to respond?
Ooh.
Sure. It's not really, before his answers to the questions were that he didn't say, he said no because someone else touched it. So now I've already established, I'm now going back. I had established that he can take touch DNA swabs when another person has touched it. And now I'm revisiting the issue of the door handle of the freezer under that context.
What's been established is his training does not preclude it. And now she's asking the identical question. She already has the answer. He didn't do it.
Well, it's going to take more time to argue about it than it is to get the examination. Can you answer the question?
He looks scared.
Yeah, I was just going to say, what was the question? I'm sorry.
Deer in the headlights.
Yeah.
Sure. That even though someone else had touched the freezer handle,
Like smash wins the
you
day.
can still swab for touch DNA. Or you could have swabbed for touch DNA.
Hey,
I
I'm
could
Mr.
have, yes.
Friendly.
And just like the exterior door handle of the main door, it's more likely that more than one person touched that door handle, correct?
Oh, yes, I guess.
And you still swabbed that one.
Yes.
Okay, and the patio door, the exterior and interior, possible that more than one person touched those door handles, but you still swabbed that, correct?
Yes.
She has a very
So
large
back
pearl
to
necklace.
those credit cards.
Just saying.
You could have swabbed those, but you didn't, correct?
I did
No
not,
comment.
because they're inside the holder still.
And a
Okay,
bracelet
and the
and
holder,
earrings.
you still chose not to test that.
I did not.
And those are all things that the suspect could have touched, correct?
Could have, yes.
And so now, when about what time did you respond to the scene back on May 19th, 2020?
My report has it in there. I think it was noon or 12:30. I got notified of it.
So earlier on in the investigation then?
Correct.
And you were aware that, or were you aware that when law enforcement entered in, the lights had all been turned off?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, did you take a video or was that another officer? Crime scene video?
I don't remember.
Okay. In your experience, if you knew that upon entry, every single light switch had been turned off and this bloodshed event had allegedly occurred, would you want to swab the light switches?
If there's evidence that there's blood on those light switches that I wanted to collect, then I would. Or if I had any indicators that the lights were turned off by maybe a suspect or the victim, then yes, I would have done that.
Okay, and to your understanding, there were no touch DNA swabs taken by you of the light switches in that apartment, correct?
No, I did not.
Did you take any touch DNA swabs of any kitchen or bathroom faucets?
No.
I like these lines of questioning where they just get to go through the
take
entire
a
house
touch
and say what the
DNA
cops
swab
didn't do.
of well, strike that. Were you aware of a door mat that had been moved in the apartment?
Yes.
Did you swab that for touch DNA?
No.
And it's possible the suspect had moved that, correct?
I'd have to look at the photographs, but I think there's blood evidence on that.
And there was blood evidence behind the shoe mat, correct?
I can't remember. I know there's blood evidence somewhere around there.
Okay. And then the couch had been moved as well, correct?
The couch?
Yeah.
I don't remember the couch. I remember the dining room table.
Couch.
Okay.
Where did the day?
Stick with the dining room table. The swabs that you mentioned that were from the dining room table, that was exhibit 78. Those were swabs taken of what appeared to be blood, correct?
Correct.
You didn't take any touch DNA swabs from the kitchenette table, correct?
No.
But you knew that that table had been moved, right?
It had been recently moved, yes.
Brazen couch.
Potentially by the suspect.
Could have been from anyone. I don't.
It could have been from the suspect too, correct?
Could have been, yes.
Okay. The chairs to the dinette table had also been moved, correct?
Correct.
Possibly by the suspect.
Yes, Chandler
correct?
is a Pee-wee's Playhouse fan.
You didn't swab the chairs for touch
That
DNA.
is established.
No, I did not.
There were also two small white tables that
racist.
were located close to the sliding door. Do you remember those?
By the patio door?
Correct.
Yes.
You knew that those had been moved at some point too, correct?
I did not know that.
Okay, but did you swab those for touch DNA?
No.
Okay. How about the remote?
For TV?
Yeah, the TV was on, right? Do you remember?
I don't remember that.
I'll show you an exhibit.
I'll show you some exhibits here. All right, real quickly here, Pam Running says Joe will take shots for free in costume during Purim. FYI.
Yep. Well,
Definitely not
no.
Brandon. I sent you my proposal. After you drink with the family, you have your 6 shots to propel you through the rest of the evening. Are you going to have Adam, aka Illegal Mindset?
Judge, I'll stipulate.
I'll be sending
Already
invites
had,
to Andrew, Legal Vices,
Oh, sweet.
and Racket said he'll be there too.
He was on, so that's in previous testimony.
I think
So
Racket
did you
just had it all
swab the
went
remote
wrong
to
last
the
year, if
TV
I
for
recall
touch
correctly.
DNA?
Andrew and Legal Mindset.
There was a
I just saw like 45 minutes
game
of
controller.
this.
Do you remember that?
Kill it.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
You
Speaking
didn't
of which,
swap
any
that for touch
any hints
DNA,
on the
correct?
costume?
No, I did
We've
not.
got a running tally as to whether or not it's going to be the Golem of Prague
Water
or Papa
bottle
Smith.
that was next to the Corona bottles. You didn't process that for DNA, correct?
I did one water bottle that was near the Corona bottle by the TV area, the stand area.
Did you do that for DNA or for fingerprints?
I did that for DNA of the mouth area.
Okay. Did you do any fingerprint processing evidence?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Did you survey outside of the apartment too to look for potential evidence, like the grassy area in front of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Yes, I did.
All right. Well, she makes her way to the front here. Definitely not. Brandon says, does this woman have a thyroid problem or her eyes just bulging due to her being a close relative of Beetlejuice? Beetlejuice has just resigned as mayor of Chicago, so hey, cool. Elmo. Oh, she didn't resign. She got outed. She got ousted. Elmo. She watched the Murdoch trial, says Vince Clortho. That's it. Every
You always use the
courtroom is
Elmo.
infected with Elmos.
Elmo this and Elmo that.
There's several cigarette butts located in that grassy area.
A cigarette.
In front of Mr.
Nice butt.
Gutierrez's apartment sliding door, correct?
Yes, their patio cement and then went to dirt and then grass. Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 127. Is this an accurate depiction of that area that you've been referring to?
Yes, the patio doors are up on top. And then on the left, you can see the little cement. That's where the main shared hallway is, the main door going into everyone would use that lives there.
Okay, and exhibit 131 is similar, but it is a little bit more of a close-up, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to zoom in here to see the cigarette butts that you observed on that day.
Yes.
Okay. Zoom back out. Okay, defense exhibit 106. This is one of the cigarette butts that was seen and documented, correct?
Correct.
Did you send that for DNA testing?
I don't send anything for DNA testing.
Oh, got her there.
No, I did not.
That's exhibit 107, same question. You obviously didn't send it for DNA testing. Did you process it for DNA testing?
No.
Defense exhibit 108, this is another one of the cigarettes, correct?
Correct.
And you also did not process that cigarette for DNA testing.
No, I did not.
Defense exhibit 128, you agree this is another photo of a cigarette butt, correct?
Okay, we get the point. She's going a bit long with this now.
Process that for DNA testing.
No, I did not.
This is defense exhibit 129.
I think she's going a bit long.
Yeah, I agree.
She could go through every individual blade of grass. Did you test this? Turn off the mic.
She's zealous, but maybe a bit overzealous.
Zadig attack. Small white tables. They're clearly above average, at least.
Hey, Jeff, I got to bolt out of here. Can I do a quick pimp here?
Please. I've been waiting for a damn break so you can do that. Good logic.
Yeah, find me on Locals. It's goodlogic.locals.com. I actually have a chat that was going on there.
No,
and I'm going to be jumping on a
please.
Discord where I can actually interact voice to voice with people. So
How close are you to 100K on YouTube?
On YouTube, I'm at 93 and change.
Sure.
So
Nice.
thank
Come
you.
on, peeps. If anybody hasn't subscribed to him, get over there and do it now.
Right
Good
now, I'm
luck.
pushing Locals. I'm actually about to jump on Discord now because I need to run some errands. So I'll be able to talk in there while I'm doing this. I can't really stream, but I love you, Jeff.
Hey, thanks, Jeff, for popping in.
And Aiden Chandler, it was great meeting you for like the first
Great
time.
meeting you too.
Face to face, and I look forward to hanging with you more in the future. So
Absolutely.
I'll send you
Would
links.
love that.
have a phenomenal weekend. God bless you all, and
you too, sir.
See you,
Enjoy
Jeff.
your.
Bye, Jeff.
That was
Ciao.
quick. The cop gives 0 fucks.
No, he's just he wants to take a nap. Everybody's like kind of zonked on the
Yeah.
stand.
Well, I mean, he worked the full night, and his alopecia is bothering him, so he wants to go to sleep.
Pretty much. I mean, they're all out of
Yes,
it. They're all
Vince,
there's
that's
something.
true.
Every single witness, there's something a little off with
I
them.
had asked you some questions about a shoe mat. Do you see that shoe mat in this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And it's that black rectangular item up against the wall.
Correct.
Okay, and that's an item that could have been touched by the suspect, but that you didn't process for touch DNA.
What is all this weird shit over here? This makes no sense.
Isn't that
They-
just the carpet? It looks like I think that's carpet, and I'm seeing a mirror, kind of, maybe. That
But
little
it's-
rectangular.
It's smeared. It's like they've just edited the photo or something. That's weird.
It's odd.
Yeah, it looks like it's smudged in like Photoshop.
Cannibal sandwiches are a long-time Milwaukee tradition. Nice.
Ew.
Notes on a phone says you should all dress as melons in case Monty is watching. Ew.
I don't get the reference. And maybe I don't want to.
You're happy you're not knowing.
Yeah, it's a long story. Like, you're not missing anything.
That's not about rackets, is it?
It's a guy that's suing everybody about everything, and he's done things, and
Oh, that
it's a
guy.
lengthy thing.
I've talked with
Kimberly-
LGB about it.
Yeah. Kimberly Fine says koalas literally just eat poison. They can't even digest shit without licking a butthole from birth. Wow, that was
This
a
is true.
tweet.
That's true.
That was a
yeah.
tweet.
Yeah,
a
because
tweet?
Vince was asking about whether or not they just lay around
Yeah.
eating eucalyptus all day.
Yeah, I saw that. Kimberly, you are hilarious tonight, by the way. You've just been cracking up. My favorite quote of the night came from Kimberly. What's wrong with albinos?
That's a good one.
Nothing, because Johnny Winter and Edgar Winter are my two favorite people on planet Earth. So there's the blood on the sofa.
Wallet, I think it was Exhibit 99, that had been placed on the couch. Was this the wallet you were referring to?
Yes.
And just for the jury's purpose, that's what's located next to evidence marker number 7, correct?
Since I wish I was a were koala. Could you imagine how terrifying I'd be in court?
Correct?
No, I
Wait,
collected
what did you say?
You collected it, but you didn't take any swabs of touch DNA.
No.
And you had observed that there was blood underneath that wallet, correct?
Correct.
So implying that the wallet obviously then had to be placed on top of
Hasn't
that
been
couch
proven.
at some point after the blood had been there, correct?
Correct.
So it's possible that the suspect touched that wallet then.
That's possible.
Okay. The couch. Look towards where the feet are. Do you see that there's indentations on the carpet from where the couch had previously been standing? And you can get up and look closer if you need to, or I can also hand you the exhibit.
I see it.
Okay, so you'd agree that there's some indication, some evidence that that couch had been physically moved.
Has been recently moved, yes.
Recently moved.
Yes, based on the carpet still is depressed.
Okay, but you did not observe any blood around the base of the couch, correct?
I don't recall.
Or suspected blood?
I don't recall.
All right, but you definitely didn't swab any areas around the base of the couch or other areas other than the alleged blood, suspected blood, correct? There was no other swabbing done.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 145. Before I'd ask you about some white tables, does this refresh your recollection as to where those were?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree that there are several items on the table?
Yes.
Have any of them?
All right, I'll turn up the court volume, but when she actually starts talking into the microphone, don't complain to me about broken eardrums.
Been moved, correct?
I couldn't hear you, counsel.
I can't testify to that. I don't.
So they're nicely placed items, you'd agree?
Nicely, I don't understand what you mean. They're placed on
They're
there.
placed on there, they're not on the floor, correct?
No, they're not on the floor.
Okay. They're items that could have been on the floor at one point.
Objection calls for speculation, whether they were ever on the floor at some point.
I don't get where she's going with this, do you?
I can lay a better foundation. Thank you. I will do that. You're an evidence tech, right?
Graver looks
Yes.
confused.
When you process a crime scene, you're to search for every possible piece of evidence that you can find, right?
Yes.
That's your goal.
It's my job, yes.
Not to leave any rock unturned, correct?
Yes.
So if there are items that could have been potentially touched or moved in a case where you're trying to determine who's responsible for touching and moving them, it's imperative, it's critical that you test them, correct?
Argumentative. This is her argument.
I'll move on. You didn't test any of those items on the white tables, correct?
Objection. It's already, that has been asked and answered.
It has not been. I asked about specific items before. Now
Don't get brazen with me.
How is asking specific?
All of the items not excluded specific items.
So we had resting banger face.
Not the specific items.
Now we got this guy.
So I didn't previously ask about the rocks or the plant or the other things on these.
Defense lady, pink lady is defense.
That whether he did not process all of those.
I did not process those items on the table.
Who is the judge? This is Judge Schroeder, who presided over the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
The glare on this is really terrible. If maybe we could have the lights turned off for this one.
He looks like see, they're doing weird stuff to these photographs.
There's like a light kind of shining on the. There's yeah.
They're blurring them because this is like not naturally part of the photograph.
Mm.
No.
And they did that with the whole other picture.
So this is a little more of the room, and I'm not seeing as much blood as they testified to. It's not that bloody.
Defense Exhibit 146. That's good, Pam. You can put it back.
Where's
on.
the blood?
It's still gonna work. Do you see that dinette table in that exhibit that had been allegedly moved?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in the background.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it back up here just so then
Well, the judge has been
can
awesome.
get a glimpse, even with the glare. And Judge has this really great stick that you can use. Judge, if you can have that pointer, if you don't mind, officer, just going up there and pointing at where that moved dinette table is.
Oh, he's got a stick. Very high tech.
I don't think the mic. Okay. Thank you. Now I'm going to show you the marked as Defense Exhibit 147. So in this picture, previously I'd asked you about whether the TV was on. You couldn't remember. The state said they'd stipulate, but in this picture you see that the TV is in fact on, correct?
It is on, yes.
Objection, Judge. Now we're asking questions about stipulated facts.
Well, to begin with, I did not hear what the officer said. So
Yes, he is the
You
defendant.
asked him to confirm
no,
stipulated facts.
this was
Sure, I guess I still want to get the exhibit in, so I have to do it with some witness. So
I thought there was a stipulation on the exhibits.
There is.
I still
All
have to-
pictures
I
are
still have to
stipulated.
Move it in at some point, so
Well, that's different.
I'm moving on, Judge. So,
Okay.
Defense Exhibit 148. Did you process the knife?
Oh, come on. You got to stop doing this. Did you process every goddamn thing in the house? Stop
No, I
it.
did not.
Defense Exhibit 149. Did you process for touch DNA the Canada Dry ginger ale bottle in the garbage?
No, I did not.
Did you process the Corona bottle in the garbage?
No, I did not.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as a Defense Exhibit 150. To the right of that diffuser, there is an item that has an evidence marker of 15. Do you remember what that item was?
I do not remember
Okay,
that item.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 151. Again, this glare is very bad. I'm going to hand it to you so you can look at it first.
I see it.
You'd agree that that's a switchblade knife,
I don't know if it's switchblade, but it's a folding knife of some kind.
folding knife
Yeah.
of some kind. You did not process that for touch DNA, correct?
No, I did not.
Renee, it's Judge Schroeder. He handled the Rittenhouse trial.
Defense Exhibit 152. This tool belt was right in front of the sliding patio door, correct?
Correct.
And these tools were laid out right next to it, correct?
I'm object to the characterization of laid out. I would say spilled out. I don't think that laid out is an accurate.
Well, but the officer is the one who was testifying, so he can use whichever terminology he wants.
The tools are next to the whatever you want to call it, the belt.
Okay, and at some point, they were placed there by someone, correct?
Objection. That would be speculation as opposed to falling out of it.
Did you test any of those items that we can see on the floor? The hammer, the measuring tape, or the nail gun screws or nails?
Tested for,
Touch DNA.
no, I did not.
Come on, just say other than the things that we said we tested, did you test anything else? No, get off the stand.
You had located Mr. Gutierrez's license, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, it's a little
So
pedantic.
what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 177. Is this an accurate depiction of the license you found or that was found in the freezer?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just tell the jury what Mr. Gutierrez's height and weight was listed on this license.
Objection. What based on? Well, why would it be relevant to put his height and weight in at this in terms of this processor of evidence?
Because
Are you kidding me?
that Mr. Anderson moved Mr. Gutierrez's body.
But you're having him read an exhibit which is coming in by stipulation.
But he found this exhibit. I'm
What
asking
difference
you
does that
what it states.
It says what it says. It doesn't somehow
I don't think there's
sanctify.
anything that precludes me from asking a witness about a exhibit.
Yes, there
The
is.
whole reason that we admitted this is so we could ask questions on any exhibit. That is what is placed in our stipulation. That is the exact words of our stipulation, that we didn't need to have foundation so we could ask any witness of the contents of the photos.
I have to say, I don't recall.
I agree with
could
that.
provide-
I agree that that's true. That a witness can present it.
Thank you.
Well, that was very nice of him.
If you could please just read.
That was very nice of the district attorney.
It says 6 foot, 270 pounds.
Thank you.
In exasperation, but then he agreed with her. Wild Rose 1905 says everyone is so passive aggressive, man. Legal advice is how do I get a star next to my name?
Yeah.
Go down to the bottom and subscribe to my members,
The
and you get a little star next to your name.
did you also take swabs for touch DNA at the exterior patio door handle?
Objection asked and answered.
These are two places where it's not, where we did not.
I did ask him.
Well, because you asked him does not preclude the district attorney to ask from asking the identical question. Overruled.
Did you also, so again, my question was, did you take a swab at the exterior patio door handle?
Yes.
And that was for touch DNA?
Correct.
As well as the exterior door lock?
Correct.
Okay, so you saw a bedroom window. Had it been raining for several solid days and raining heavily before your evidence collection? Would that influence decisions you would make about collection of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, so when you, for instance, looked at the exterior or that window, the 3 inches open door window, would you have noted any signs of mud or any kind of way that wet grass might be reflected if somebody had entered that window?
Yes, there would have been some indicators that someone was standing in front of the window. There's a gap, probably about I want to say a foot, maybe less, of dirt.
Any sign of that having impacted that window in any way that would cause you to suspect entry?
No, that's why I didn't take any swabs of it. If there's any indicators of anything, I would have taken a swab of it.
Now, officer, you were asked about virtually every item in this entire house and whether you did touch DNA. You were asked about the dinette table. Do you have any idea when that dinette table was moved from the other indentations?
Yes, this is the Rittenhouse
You know
judge.
if who moved that, including the defendant, the victim's children?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know if that could have been moved in a struggle or when when Rosalio Gutierrez might have been trying to steady or save himself in some fashion? Do you know that one way or another?
I do not know that.
If you move a dinette table, do you need to use your hands to move it, or can you move it using other parts of your body?
What, lift it with your?
You can move it
Never
with other
mind.
parts of your body.
Do you even have a way
Never
that
mind.
you would do touch DNA about the movement of a table? How would you even do that? Would you have to DNA every part of it, its legs, its top? I mean, isn't there a variety of ways you could move a table of that size?
Yes.
The same with the chairs. A person can move a chair with a body, either in a struggle or trying to steady themselves. Is that right?
Correct.
This dinette chair could have been moved by a child or an adult, correct? Any of these chairs?
It was a normal
He's the
chair,
district
yes.
attorney.
And you could grab it from virtually any location and move it. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And so is there even a way without literally touch DNA the entire chair that you would be able to account for whether it was moved in any fashion in that situation?
Unless there's some visual evidence of that, I did not see any.
Within a household, the furnishings, items that look like they're involved in food preparation, all those kind of things, those are you would assume as an evidence tech that those are routinely being touched by family members and various people, would you not?
Correct.
Okay, so in that situation, you were asked at one point whether your training precludes you from testing for touch DNA on items that you have a reason to suspect have been touched by other parties as well. What is your training about whether that is at all promising as a source of DNA? In other words, is that a place that you should be putting your time and attention based on your training if you know it's been touched subsequently or if it's being touched frequently? What is your training about whether touch DNA is efficient or is something that's recommended in that situation?
Well, anytime I have any evidence of an item being touched by someone, in especially this kind of a crime scene, I would collect the touch DNA on it. Any items that I did collect is areas that I felt that the suspect would have either entered the place or exited the place or touched during the incident.
Here's what I'm asking though. If you have reason to believe that this is being touched by multiple parties or is a common area where it be multiply touched, or if you have reason to believe it's been touched subsequent to the incident, what is your training about whether those are things that are promising for touch DNA?
Yeah, I would not collect them based on that reason.
Okay, so why? What's your training about why that would not be something that would be promising?
Especially if it's after the fact, it would have nothing to do with the incident. The other thing would be if it is touched by multiple people, there's instances where the second person who touches it would take away some of the DNA with them and make it so there's not enough DNA for identification purposes.
You were asked about the couch and whether it had been moved.
Couch.
Again, that's an item that it is that. Do you have any reason to know one way or another whether that couch was moved in a struggle or when somebody is falling on it because they've been harmed in some fashion?
It was pushed backwards. I'm going to say I couldn't determine that.
Okay. The cigarette butts that were in the front yard area. Do you recall seeing those in general in this case?
Yes.
And would you characterize the area where those cigarette butts was located as a logical sort of apartment, that particular apartment building smoking area for people who aren't smoking indoors?
It appeared that way based on by the main front door there.
Okay. And those were collected, were they not?
Correct.
Okay, so if any party at any point wanted to do testing on those.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Jesus.
And if I can be heard outside the presence of the jury on this.
Oh, no.
Time has come for a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read what.
That was quite loud.
And any question other than when we start again? And let's say 1:30. Any question?
So an hour. We got an hour lunch break.
Yes, so
What's the objection? I don't understand.
I don't know. She didn't say it. She said she had the objection. Well, she wants it outside the jury. So
I guess we're going to find out.
are we going to hear it now or when they come back from the lunch break? That's the question.
Damn good question.
Yes,
I
I
can't
did
tell.
warn you about the volume.
I saw in the chat I was having, apparently my mic was a little loud, so I turned myself down a little bit. I hope that it's a little more level now.
He has the weirdest facial expression. It's like a Muppet. It's like Beaker's dad from the Muppet Show.
Yeah, he's quite cartoonish.
30 or even slightly earlier if the court wishes, rather than argue it now.
Wow, Iggy Pop's in the courtroom.
I'd like
Sweet.
I'd like to play
That was
by
mean.
my co-counsel that I feel like the break would benefit.
I think he reminds me of an actor because it's Steve Martin, but there's another guy. I keep seeing him as a military general, but I can't remember who it is.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this for
Steve
a couple
Martin
days.
and Tom Arnold had a love child.
So.
And Fat Bronca. No, that was Iggy Pop. That wasn't Alice Cooper.
He looks good. I mean, I saw him, in 2015, 2016 in concert. He's gained some weight. His hair looks really shiny. I'd say Iggy Pop's doing awesome.
He's gained weight. So he has like 2% body fat now. Cool. Fat Malcolm McDowell. Yeah. Anywho, enough about who does the DA look like. David Sorensen brought up. What time do you starting your stream, Hayden?
Oh, I had it set for like 15 minutes ago, so just go for whenever you want. I'm really not stressed. Everyone knows where I am.
Well, let's go 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I need to sleep for my stream. David Sorensen said, "See, I hate this. You didn't do everything in the realm of possibility. No one does ever. That doesn't tell me about the quality of the investigation." See, I like it when you show that there's things they could have done. Like, I like the obvious things. It was dark. Someone had turned out the lights. You didn't swab I'm sorry. We'll get this out of your face, Hayden.
Okay.
You didn't swab the light switches. You found the phone and the credit cards in the freezer. You didn't process the credit cards. You didn't process the door handles. You found an open window. You didn't process the open window. You didn't process doorknobs. I like.
See, it's not that they didn't do everything. It's that they didn't do the obvious things. That's the difference.
And then it gets out of control when it's like, did you process this cigarette butt on the front yard? Did you process this? I think she went about 3 times longer than she should have.
Yeah. I mean, good strategy overall. Just a little bit of overkill. It gets to the point where I'm sure the jury is like, all right, we get it. Like, we get the point,
Well, see, I think that was somewhere in the middle of her question. That's why I said like 2, because I broke it up into thirds. The good third, the middle third was the okay, we've got your point. But then when it was down, like, did you process this piece of garbage in the trash? Well, what about the bottle next to the piece of trash in the garbage? And at that point, I think the jury's like, look, they're not going to do everything, and it may turn the jury against them and give the jury sympathy for the cop instead of thinking the cop's a fuckwit who doesn't do his job.
Possibly. He's answered the questions really saliently so far. I mean, he's given good reasoning, good, he doesn't come across as though he's incompetent necessarily.
Yeah.
Not like fun.
And see, she could have made him seem really incompetent and lazy in his job, but then I think she just took it a little too far.
Yeah, I would say so.
Well, how are we liking it so far? Wow, nothing will convince me the first witness, the ex-girlfriend, was not stoned out of her goddamn mind.
Oh, hell no. She took something before she got up on that stand. Are you kidding me?
She was high as a damn kite. I'm guessing heroin. That, because like I said, I've had people close to me that are addicted to heroin, and that is exactly what they look like. I mean, exactly.
Yeah,
Wow.
She was not sober. She was definitely not sober. I don't know what she was on, but I mean, when I saw her at first and realized, when I just got on stream, I was like, they should dismiss her. Like, but then I kind of started to understand, that she did have something important to say for defense.
But she was the prosecution's witness.
I know. Well, I'm saying if I were defense, I would have wanted to dismiss her. But then I realized that, okay, like, let's say that I'm at the defense table, that's me, and I'm watching this witness. I would want to dismiss her, but then she ended up being really great for defense. So, why say, oh, this woman's high, get her off the stand. It's like, no, did he have back problems? Yes, he did. Was his back in pain frequently? Yes, it was. No matter how high she is, she can still testify to that fact. And that's an important fact to testify to. Because if I'm in the jury, I'm just like, wait a second, how could he have moved a 270-pound man? That's kind of a big thing.
Yeah. Jeff's uncle is Iggy Pop. Oh God, I wish I had Iggy Pop's genetics. Oh my God.
I mean, say what you will about heroin, that man has aged beautifully. I mean, he looks like, he doesn't look awesome. He kind of looks like a piece of human beef jerky. But he looks younger than he should, considering how many drugs he's done and how much he's abused his body. So, I saw him at the Greek in 2016. He was walking around in, a pair of red boxer shorts, consider, I don't know, 70 something, looks great. So just saying. Great genes.
There's a great video of him and Tom Waits having coffee in a coffee shop. Was pretty good.
Was that in Jim Jarmusch's Coffee and Cigarettes? Because
yeah,
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah, I love that
If
movie.
memory
That's a really
serves me
good one.
correctly.
It's a really good one.
All right. Well, geez. Well, interestingly, see, someone said Iggy Pop was my uncle. Eric Fulm says Iggy Pop looks like a potato farmer. Fun factoid about legal vices: my uncle was a potato farmer in Idaho, of course. 'Cause where else would you be a potato farmer? So there you go. It's all related. It's all connected,
All
man.
connected. Aliens.
Only 6 degrees of
Alrighty.
separation.
I was going to say about this trial, it's compelling so far, but I mean, I feel like today's testimony, from what we've seen, there's not a lot that we can really joke about or comment on. It's, pretty standard boilerplate kind of stuff. It's less compelling than it perhaps was yesterday. I mean, this morning's witness being high off her ass, that was definitely interesting. But this cop, I mean, we're getting through it. We're building the blocks. We're putting it together.
And Vince Clortho asks, what is your suggestion to follow case after you? I'm not sure what are you saying, like now when I leave? The answer to that question is in 8 minutes from now, we're going to go on over to Aussie Overlaw'd, who is going to be taking the afternoon session. Are you going to be joining, Chandler?
I would be delighted to if you're
It's
interested.
entirely up to you.
Sure, I would love to.
Have you?
Well, I would love to see everything that happens after this point. I'd be very interested. I do have some laundry to do at some point, but I have time. I'm around. I've been putting off laundry, and I'm just like, okay, I have this stream, I have that stream. So, no, definitely, I'd love to join if you would like to have me on.
So 8 minutes from now, we will head over to Aussie Overlaw'd's channel, where he will take us through the rest of the day. If you're asking about the trial after this, we got a lot coming up in the next couple of months.
This is true.
The one really, the eye drop murder case that was supposed to start the same day as this one, they didn't schedule the new hearing yet. I think they said they were going to have another scheduling hearing on May 1st because there was some new evidence that came in, things they had to look at. So they'll schedule that on May 1st. Taylorship Business, March 26th, they're going to be doing a competency hearing. The trial is scheduled to start on May 15th. In April, we've got Courtney Clenny, I believe, and also what's her guts, the suitcase chick, Sarah Boone.
Sarah Boone, yeah, those
So
two.
there's a ton of trials coming up soon if they actually go there. So Aussie is a real lawyer from a fake country.
This is true. If it makes you feel better, people, just imagine that I'm in a dome in Northwest Ohio.
Yes, Taylorship Business, my fave. Can't wait for that.
Yeah, that
Legal
one's,
Vice is actually getting some decent sleep. Yeah, I need to get, I'll get about, be asleep by 4 or 5. So I'll get 5 hours sleep, and then we'll probably do a 10-hour just booze-filled drunk stream. Yay. That's already front-loaded by the Brandon Collective with 5 fight milks.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's a
not
lot
gonna
of
lie,
fight
I can't guarantee I'm going to make it.
You'll be.
I'll be
joining
there.
us.
I'll be there. I have to. I definitely have to make a quick run somewhere to get something alcohol related. I have
So that's the
nothing in
good
my
thing.
house.
Like all of you left coasters, you guys can come in later, and after all the East Coasters go to sleep and things, it's going to be pretty heavily front loaded with East Coasters.
Yeah.
And then there's like way more people than there are slots. So the left coasters and Aussie's basically the same time zone, so you can wake up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and we'll still be here.
Yeah, we'll take shifts. It'll be fun.
Last month the Fuck It. Hey, I can say it. Fuck It Friday, everybody. The Fuck It Friday stream went 9 hours last month, I believe.
Nice.
9.5.
Sounds about right.
I think it was 11 hours today. I mean, my longest stream ever has been about 11.5 hours. So yeah,
that's pretty long. Was last month your legendary 28 shots?
My record is 35.
Oh God, how are you not dead?
Well, see that's the trick. You say you do a 10-hour stream, you process about 1 shot an hour. So during that 10-hour stream, you've actually processed out 10 shots, and plus I have my genetics are Lithuanian, Scottish, and Irish, so I'm just full of alcohol tolerance genetically. Plus, I'm a fat son of a bitch, so I'm pretty well liquored up.
I mean, just considering that you're a former Mormon, I just find it hilarious. The whole,
got to make up for lost like 30 years of my life,
Yeah.
Got to make up for it. So anyway, that's what's going to be happening. And for those of you that are just wondering, like I said, the Fucking Friday, I do it once a month. And that's everything I do. It's just a total griftathon. We get all the grifting out in one day, so I don't have to beg for super chats the rest of the month. $100 super chat gets you I do a shot of a top tier whiskey, which in this case will be a Glenfiddich 18-year Scotch. It was supposed to be a 21, but they didn't have it. So rather than, it was supposed to be like one high level and then one low range for the aggregates of $100. You have $20 shots, $25 shots, super chats, whatever. But I'll do probably a Balvenie 12, so a good middle shelf for that. That's what we do. And there's a special in the Fight Milk for $200 a shot. 5 of the 7 have already been spoken for. So we just grift all day, but we have a great panel while we're doing this. The whole thing is like, it's just all in fun. I know it's stupid and it's childish and it's begging for money and drinking for money. And I'm a whiskey whore. I know all of that, but it is so fun because we have such a great group of people that stop by. It's the who's who of the awesome part of the internet, the awesome part of YouTube. I'm bringing up the confirmed guest list so far. We've got 3 minutes here, so I will grift for the last 3 minutes. Why not?
Do it.
The group so far: Danny on Direct, That Star Wars Girl, Yellow Flash, Drex, Runkle of the Bailey, Meme Copium, Nicholas Starov, Flux, Steph the Alter Nerd, Chandler Remington, hey, Law and Lumber, Ari Jacob, Aussie Overlaw'd, hey yo. No Tie Bronca, hopefully it'll be 2 cocktails in no Tie Bronca, potentially Criminal Sean, Legally Dirty Blonde will be joining us, Steve Gosney will be here, and Camelot 331. Nick is a maybe depending on what his schedule is. Yeah, I said get Rackets to show up. He's on the maybe list. He said it depends if he can squeeze it into his schedule. If he can, he said he'll pop in. I wish I was drunk. I'm sickened I won't make it. 1 a.m. is just too late. Dude, we are going to be going well after you wake up. Trust me. We'll still be going when you wake up. After the first stream, Jeff learned a lesson and slow rolls the drinks now. Who is the Viking going shot for shot with you? I think I can do 20, but not 35. I'll never do 35 again. That's Nicholas Starov. He will be there. The very first one I ever did was $50 shots, and I realized there's way too many people with $50 to just throw at me. Definitely not Brandon. Get Rackets Joe. I just read that. Don't know why I reread it. And Legendary Racing. I just want to remind everyone that Legal Vices is the only YouTuber with 3 alcoholic drink tiers.
That's not true.
That's funny. I like that. So, all right, everybody. Are you up and running yet?
I'll get it ready.
All right. While you're getting that ready, everyone go to Remy_legal on Twitter and follow Chandler Remington. And Aussie Overlaw'd desperately needs to get to 10,000 subscribers. What are you, about 800 away now?
I need 800. We can get,
and there's
we can get another
1,200 of you
800.
now, exactly 1,200 of you here now. So 800 of you, get over there. We're going to all be transferred over there, and make sure you subscribe to him. Let's get him to 10,000. There's no reason why he's not there already. And if you like me, subscribe to me as well. We'll be back Monday with more of this trial at 10 a.m. Eastern U.S. time. We'll put up the deal on my chat in super chat. I'm not even drunk yet. I'm just tired. What do you call that thing? Twitter. I'll put it up on Twitter. And if you hit the notification button, you'll get the notification here if YouTube decides you deserve it. I don't know. And Monday, we also do Maritime Monday, which will be a couple of hours earlier, where we're going to be talking about a ship that broke up and sunk in the Great Lakes. So we'll do that. And then Fuck It Friday is exactly 6 hours and 20 minutes from now. Is Willem going to show up? Willem will probably show up. Like I said, there's a whole long list of people on a waiting list. So yeah, there's a lot of people that could show up if other people leave early and whatnot. Definitely not Brandon. I will sink your battleship if you get rockets on. It's up to him, totally. But you should sink my battleship anyway. All right. As soon as Aussie Overlaw'd gets set up, we'll go over there. Yes, I am going to get some sleep. I'm going to head straight to bed. because I got to wake up early and start the prep cycle, which is just to get about 4 or 5 nice, just silky smooth scrambled eggs, a shit ton of carbs. A bunch of tea going, and I'm gonna make a little charcuterie with some bread, like with thick butter, because you got to have it oily, and then some salami and meats and things to nosh on during it to keep it up. All right,
we're good to go. So I shall see you over there. Cheers, guys.
All righty, everybody. We're going to shut this down right now, and you should be automatically transferred over to Aussie Overlaw'd. If not, there's going to be a little box up at the top of the chat, which I need to get the actual poll out of the way here first. All right, the poll today, the last poll, I hit the like and subscribe button like that ex-girlfriend witness. 18% of you said like she hit the needle. 21% of you said like she hit the dirty spoon. 24% of you said like she hit the glass pipe. And like 37% of you said she hit the bong. That's the end of that poll. All right. If you don't get automatically transferred over to Aussie Overlaw'd, there's going to be a little blue box that says there's something exciting happening over at Aussie Overlaw'd. Click to find out what it is, or some shit like that. If that doesn't work, just search Aussie Overlaw'd, LEWD, and that'll take you to his place, and you can just sign up for it. Chandler's going to be right over. Did you get the link, Chandler?
I have to check. I probably did.
If you didn't, I'll send it to you on Twitter. Chandler will be there. I'll pop in for a few minutes just to say howdy and to make my great escape. Thank you so much for the extreme generosity you guys showed today with the super chat. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hitting the like and subscribe. Mods, you're the greatest. Chat, you are the best chat on the entire YouTube platform. Hands down. Thank you all. Love you all. We'll check you out in 6 hours and what the hell is it? 18 minutes from now. Lorax out. Bye.